Alright, this finally looks to be live here. If this has been going for like several seconds or something. But yes. Yes, yes. Hello. It's a Sinister Game being here with a new stream. And in this stream, I'm gonna be going over the delay. I'm only kidding though. That was the last Grand Theft Auto 6 thing I did, obviously, because that was pretty much the only other thing I could really do recently for it much. With official news. But yeah. They actually released Grand Theft Auto 6 Trailer 2. But yeah, VI basically 6, Trailer 2. They released on the 6th of May. Tried to get to this at the end of May 7th, but sadly, figuring out some things with my recording and stuff that I've not done in certain ways on the PC a lot. Took me an extra hours or so to figure things out and whatnot. So I will admit I'm recording this at the very beginning of the 8th of May here. It's a little later than I want to do it, unfortunately, but better a little late than never, after all. But yeah, the reason I'm on a different newswire right now is, yeah, if you're on a different one, it's going to promote the trailer too. So that's kind of cool with the like banner on top. And if you did watch now, it will take you to the website. I did want to go on the Rockstar Newswire first for that though. Don't think I'm watching it here either, by the way. I think I will be watching it on the website. But yeah, Newswire Grand Theft Auto 6 announcements. Grand Theft Auto 6, watch trailer 2 now. Spore Vice City and Beyond for again May 6, 2025. Vice City, USA. Jason and Lucia have always known the deck is stacked against them. But when an easy score goes wrong, they find themselves on the darkest side of the sunniest place in America, in the middle of a criminal conspiracy stretching across the state of Leonida, forced to rely on each other more than ever if they want to make it out alive. Alright, so I don't know if I have much to comment on this first sentence, to be honest. Who doesn't have like a bunch of stuff stacked against them, honestly, in real life even? But then, yeah, easy score goes wrong. Honestly, not gonna lie, that kind of sounds Grand Theft Auto 5 vibe, like, to me, with that. Like, heist basically, obviously, at the beginning of the game. Michael, like, turned it to, like, a setup or something. Technically, it was meant to be easy score, but it was, like, what, rigged or some shit, basically. For a lack of terminology right now, obviously, because I've not played that in a while, obviously, since probably, like, my walkthrough I did on my channel, personally, here. Like, quite a few years ago, probably, or so at this point, honestly. But yeah, Hance, Vice City is obviously another stunning as hell place, like Los Dos Santos, basically. Mm, criminal conspiracy stretching across the state of Leonida. But yeah, fucking. I don't know what kind of conspiracy. I can't really think, honestly. But again, as a reminder, there is the whole state of Leonida. It's not just Vice City like it would be in like Vice City stories back in the 3D universe titles. And yeah, the first Grand Theft Auto game had Vice City as well. But yeah, I also had like Liberty City, San Andreas, and they were like probably like pretty small areas compared to obviously the modern games. especially 5 and on, obviously, and particularly more so with the big ass map it has compared to the rest of the series, pretty much. Until this probably comes out, obviously, then. With how ambitious every Rockstar game tends to be now, for better and for worse in certain ways. If we're still relying on each other more than ever if they want to make it out alive. We had like Bonnie and Clyde, like couple kind of thing. Even more confirmed, if not, of course, fully confirmed now. I don't feel they really fully delved into that actually happening last time for trailer 1, but yeah, it's pretty much obviously all but confirmed. It's pretty much was known for leaks and stuff, pretty sure. Sport Vice City and Beyond at rockstargames.com/VI for 6, obviously for Grand Theft Auto 6, obviously. We don't need a third stories for it, obviously. Besides for the recent delay and then a trailer 1 a couple years ago. Ish or so. So I will also be going for the website as well, by the way. But yeah, I will start off with like a trailer analysis. I already have a bunch of things noted down I wanted to mention there, and I think the rest I'll just kind of do like as I can think of things, like I kind of did this. So yeah, go click on that now. Yeah, if I didn't mention at the beginning, I was just going to actually be going over the stuff here. I want to clear things up how I'm going to do this, by the way. I'm not going to do it like traditional YouTubers or something. To explain, if you actually watch the whole thing straight up, I believe it can get copyright claimed or something, which I think matters more for, of course, bigger YouTubers, but yeah, I don't necessarily want to get this to be claimed because then they'll encourage you to like cut out that portion of the thing or something. But I mean, whatever. People can just refer to the actual trailer if they want to watch it in full and stuff. Not the biggest deal for me. So I'll just kind of go through the snippets I want to go through and whatnot, pretty much. And also, it's fully muted and whatnot as well, so I'm not going to have any of the audio playing. Just talking for the headset and stuff I'm using here is all that's going to really be happening here, basically. That's pretty much everything I want to say about that, really. Okay, that was a bit surprisingly slow there, I feel. But whatever. Whatever. Okay, so stream's still going good. Alright, awesome. Alright, so kind of want to jump all the way to the 7-second mark. Yeah, basically. So, honestly, not necessarily sure too much how much information I feel would be here for this first one, but yeah. Just want to point the obvious out with the boats first off here. Now, there's kind of like a lot of potential returning boats that could happen from like 3D Universe, and I don't necessarily want to speculate on that too much. And of course, Vice City could, of course, be a lot more aquatic focused in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online for VI, obviously, for this rendition of Vice City. So I could also see there being a lot of new boats being introduced, so I'm not going to delve too much into boats particularly, I will say that now. Not the biggest understanding all the different boats in the game. I don't know, to me this one kind of could look like a dinghy or something, not gonna lie. And this one could maybe remind me, again, kind of like what I was saying, like a 3D Universe kind of style though, from like Vice City Stories or something. If I were to take a kind of guess there. think over here you have like sea sharks, basically, the jet skis, basically, of the game. I think there might have been like different jet skis, like at least in Vice City Stories, it might have been like kind of the main other game that has a jet ski being aside for 5 online right now. I kind of forget since I don't play like each individual GTA game like consistently, like once a month or anything crazy. But really, Vice City Stories 5, I think, are the main ones that have jet skis currently. But either way, still, I think Sea Shark just like for 5 online. But yeah, to go into some new content for trailer 2, because I think there's a couple things could have been with trailer 1, of course, as well. That I noted everything slightly interesting to me in the second trailer here. I would presume this is a early game area. Like you'll be here pretty much very early game, as I'll probably be kind of getting into later on. I want to say I believe this is the Leonida Keys, if I recall right, from what I looked into on the website and whatnot. And then I feel when I was looking on my phone and stuff, this kind of looked like it could possibly be a blimp here. I'm very much not 100% certain on that, but this did kind of look a bit like a blimp to me when I was like zooming in and stuff on YouTube on my like phone. And I did it like 2100 like 60p, whatever the highest was I could do on my 16 Pro. So I might have got a better look than I can here, particularly on my laptop with how I'm doing it at least. But over here could possibly be a blimp. But again, I'm nowhere near 100% certain. And then, yeah, like I said earlier, I feel this is the Leonida Keys. And then over to 9 seconds was where I found the next bunch of interesting stuff really. But yeah, Vapid Truck. This has Vapid text on here, even though it might not be as easily seen on here. So it's some kind of Vapid. Now, honestly, I don't know how much they're going to change certain vehicles from 5 and on to 6. I didn't really want to guess on what this was. I don't know. Look-wise, it kind of reminds me of the Picador, but also I don't necessarily think the Picador is a Vapid, so yeah, again, I really don't want to guess on that. There's some text here on like the side, but could not make it out in like any moment it appeared, and it does appear at least a couple times in the trailer. There is like a lizard, like a iguana kind of down here, which is definitely fun to see. I don't know if one actually appeared in the first trailer per se there. So that's definitely fun. Some of the new wildlife they'll be bringing to this compared to 5 online, definitely cool. Seems they're taking some pages from Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Online with some of the wildlife they're including, because some of them like this should have appeared there, I'm pretty sure. Even if it was just in like the chapter 5, like Worm area, whatever. And then the property here, again, I feel Leonida Keys is the early game area, so therefore I think this property would be your early game, like starting property possibly even. For like safe house, essentially not necessarily true like business property per se or anything. That maybe kind of, as I'll get into. And then this vehicle here, to end off for the 9th second of the trailer or whatever. Kind of reminds me of a Fruity Universe kind of vehicle. But if not, then I could see it maybe be like, but yeah, if not, I could see it being like the Grand Theft Auto 6 version of the Tornado. Kind of reminds me of the Tornado. There might have actually been a vehicle called the Oceanic or something kind of reminds me of in the 3D universe. If it is a 3D universe vehicle, that is. and not some like new vehicle entirely or something. But sadly, I don't necessarily think there's much of a good look at that. I think this is an actual vehicle, not something like the boats on, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so going to the 11th second now. What are you doing up there? Oh, just fixing some leaks, okay. Yeah, 11 seconds has a confirmed vehicle here, basically, of the Vapid Cara. Now, this is a different truck, I'm pretty sure, because it's next to that, and I think the previous thing showed something like a bit further out. So, yeah, and this does seem to be much taller and whatnot, so yeah, that's gotta be a different Vapid vehicle entirely. But yeah, Vapid Cara 4x4 is returning. Because, yeah, remember, there's that 6x6 one with the gun that was actually the original version that came out, like, early 2018, San Andreas Super Autos DLC, whatever. Long ass DLC name that came from. And of course, I hope that version also appears, which I would assume it would. Because I don't see any reason they shouldn't return it for at least for even a single player. Because it could be an interesting vehicle to combat in certain missions, I would say. And then the character over here is known as Brian Heater, who I presume would be the owner of this Vapid Cara 4x4, being next to it there and whatnot. Whether you don't necessarily know if he just arrived there, to be honest. I don't know if maybe he did literally just arrive there, because like that vehicle kind of wasn't there, but oh well, whatever. Jumping the next couple seconds to 13 seconds. Alright, seriously, dude, you got some time on your hands. Alright, but yeah. Honestly, there, the only little thing I found interesting was the boat here. Kind of reminds me of another boat or something from like Grand Theft Auto Vice City or Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, kind of some style boat from that. I wouldn't remember what the name of that would be per se, but yeah. Not too much there, and probably something that kind of appeared in the first trailer anyways. So moving on already. Got some properties of paying tenants. Okay, probably saying some stuff he wants him to be doing aside for fixing up the house there or something. What else? Why you came by? Okay. Well, you don't want to work for him much for that kind of thing, or what? But yeah, for 19 seconds, really, front view of the male protagonist here, who's going to be completely known as Jason the Vol. Basically, pretty sure would be the pronunciation there. I don't think it was official what the like last name of the character would be. But yeah, doesn't actually say that here. It actually says it later on, but because there wasn't much interesting for like a while, kind of, I figured I'd kind of just include it. And then for 21 seconds there, only thing I kind of found a little interesting was this vehicle. I couldn't really make out what it was or anything, honestly. Personally, probably something worth comparing vehicles from like Grand Theft Auto 5 on, see if it's like something like turning from that or something. Oh yeah, there is actually kind of a pretty good look here. But yeah, obviously you can't really see like obvious stuff like the badging and whatnot, so I didn't want to take a guess on that. Alright, just go get me my checks as well, right? I noticed that as well, actually. I probably have to do some missions, surely, that you'll be doing, probably for that character. And And then at the 22nd second, you might get the best kind of look at that boat. But yeah, this could be the location of the Brian's Boat Works and Marina. Though maybe this is actually quite frankly just his house and it's somewhere else in Oneida Keys. Maybe yeah, it would obviously probably be somewhere else in Oneida Keys for the actual business side though. Or whatever. And honestly from here it didn't seem I found anything until like 30 seconds. So kind of be dead for a while. Again. See Brian for text there. Love you, Jason. But yeah, there's the name drop for the first name, but yeah, full name is Brian Heater, which you can see from the website, basically. I don't think actually necessarily says the whole name in the trailer. But yeah, 30 seconds. See if I can get a bit further or in a better spot for 30 seconds, maybe. I think that will kind of do. But yeah. For 30 seconds, I see this car here. You can actually kind of make out a badge on it, which is nice, which I think is a Mitsubishi. Or no, not Mitsubishi. Might be the real life thing for it, but a Maibatsu. But I think it is a Maibatsu, which I think Maibatsu is kind of mostly known for a traditional car for the Penumbra. So I don't necessarily know if that's the Penumbra or not here. And also if the Hijack's in here, there was probably some random stranger kind of or something that said something there. Or maybe like a more minor character that doesn't necessarily give you missions, but it could be related to the Brian Heater. But I do think this is a Maibatsu, possibly the Penumbra, or even Penumbra FF or something. That I think was like in the last Santo Summer special, like mid 2020 for the FF one, if it is that one. But I feel kind of confident on that one, but yeah. It at least seems to be a Maibatsu, at least, even if it's not Penumbra per se. Okay, so at the 33rd second mark, I think this would be a mission probably here taking place for Brian Heater. Probably is what I'm thinking. It obviously wouldn't be 100% confirmed and not being necessarily a gameplay trailer, more a cinematic trailer. And then, could be looking into it a little too much here, but maybe they bring the change system that's in like Red Dead Redemption 2, where you can get like the cents and not just pure dollar amounts. So that could be something interesting if they have change for the first time in the GTA series, and not just pure dollars. Could maybe make the economy more interesting in a slight sense, or whatever. Either way, it's better realism than just having dollars, at least, if they do go through with that. And it's not just some cosmetic kind of look there. And then, yeah, 34 seconds. Next, basically. So next second. Opens the register. Wait, there seems to be a 420 kind of thing there, so this could maybe be a smoke shop or something like that, essentially. And I feel I do feel he's holding up like the store basically, so it could be one of those kind of like hold up things, kind of like for the 100% completion for the single player Grand Theft Auto 5, where you at least have to do one of those. I think for like a possible miscellaneous task you can do. You might not have to do it, but it's an option for miscellaneous or something at least, if I remember right. Also could be kind of reminiscent to Grand Theft Auto Vice City, how that had like those robberies basically as well. And you can actually notice there's change here too, which could further indicate they might be going with the change system as well. Like they have in Red Dead Redemption 2. Possibly even Bully had that too, I kind of forget. But for the most recent example, pretty much Red Dead Redemption 2 is the one to think of there. For Rockstar titles. This could just be happening in free mode for all I know, but like honestly I feel this could be a mission though. Very much feel that could be a kind of early game-ish mission. Our 35 seconds is kind of a big one, I would say here. So, starting off, this badge over here, you might not be able to see it on my video, but it says Rancher on it actually. And fun fact about the regular Rancher, actually has not appeared since Grand Theft Auto 4 in episodes from Liberty City, if it's the regular Rancher, which is like the truck-based one. Now it could also be the Yosemite Rancher, I think, from like Grand Theft Auto Online. It could possibly also be that. However, since it is a Benny's upgrade in that game, I'm not really sure if it would be. It could be more of the regular Rancher from Grand Theft Auto 4 and episodes from Liberty City. It's the latest examples. So nice to see some vehicles obviously not in 5 and online as well, from even older titles, which is not necessarily the most surprising thing, but cool nevertheless. I figured I would point that out. And then, I believe this to be the Bison for Grand Theft Auto 6 here. Bison does appear in Grand Theft Auto 5 online, unlike the regular Rancher. And yeah, I think in that game it can also toast stuff like it is here with like the Sea Shark on like the little boat trailer. But you can't see the whole like text for Bison, however it has SON and it has a Bravado logo, so it could pretty much be presumed to be the Bison. Now again, might not be able to see it on my particular video here, but if you have a good or a pretty great quality way of looking at the trailer, you should be able to maybe pinpoint that if you look closely. So I'm pretty much certain that's the Bison. Telling that Sea Shark on that trailer. I feel this looks coquette like here basically for the blue vehicle. But yeah, I can't really make out the details of it too much on it. Could be the recent Coquette D5 from like Agent Sabotage, possibly. But at the same time, I'm not gonna delve too much into it if I can't see like badging and whatnot. So I just presume it's the regular Coquette or like the D5 or something. Is my guess. Yeah, definitely take that one with a grain of salt, like the other two that I went through. And then for the signs here, you have VCI Airport, Ambrosia, which is kind of like another one of those regions, basically, or whatever. More details on that for the website, though, for later. And then Northport VC to downtown. It was kind of a Northport, I believe, for Vice City and the Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories versions of Vice City. Like in the top right, basically, of the map. Now, I forget, that might actually be considered south per se, though. Even though it kind of looks north when you pause the game. That's the main example I could think of for Northport VC. Downtown, ironically with the name, I think it was actually north for Vice City, though. In that one map it appears in. So I wonder if the downtown could be a pretty similar looking area to what it looks like in original Vice City Stories. But given how little areas kind of translate over to for the HD universe for Los Dos Santos already for Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, I would not be surprised if it's like much more different looking regardless though. And then there's this stuff too, but Peacock Bay didn't sound the most interesting to me. honestly, compared to the rest of the stuff, so not gonna delve too much there. And then, yeah, some other vehicles I can't analyze the most would be that, and then this as well. And then that's probably just like a jet or something. Alright, so yeah, over to 37 seconds, which I think I should be a closer looking at that, really. But yeah, Fly US jet, basically, I assume it's the same jet that you would basically find in an airport for single player for Grand Theft Auto 5. Not really in the online, since you want the huge jets to control in that, unless you do certain creator jobs or something, where it's like kind of glitched in or something, or back when you could actually spawn it from the creator or something early in the game's lifespan. Kind of legitimately. And then, yeah, I think the vehicle closest here is kind of did not appear earlier. Yeah, I'm not going to necessarily know what that one is. For 39 seconds, Jim's looked to return. I believe it's Jason's character here. Lifting the weight over there. It is an outdoor gym, though there was outdoor gyms in San Andreas. I think there was one in San Andreas, like the Muscle Beach. Is what it was based on, like over in like Verona Beach or something, I think it was in the game. It wasn't labeled in the game, but yeah, there was an outdoor one in San Andreas technically, so that's not necessarily new. So I very much would assume that interactable gyms might be returning in the game, which is pretty cool. And then along with that, I could also see, especially the muscle stat, and then even the sex appeal stat returning from San Andreas. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, so for 42 seconds, Patriot Beer probably appeared in the first trailer, but regardless, that's what's being held there. Scratch cards. To me, it seems like these could be scratch cards. Now, scratch cards actually are usable in Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars. So I actually wouldn't necessarily expect it the most to actually be interactable in this game, since Chinatown Wars is kind of a spin-off game, in a sense. Like, yeah, they kind of brought the street dealers in Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, which was pretty much reminiscent to the drug war feature, like, or if I said drug wars, I mean the street dealers, obviously, which was pretty reminiscent to that in certain capacities. So, on rare occasion, they have returned a feature from Chinatown Wars. So maybe scratch cards are interactable and actually, like, do stuff for you in this game like they do in Chinatown Wars, but yeah. It's kind of one of those couple games where they don't necessarily pull the most stuff from them, so I wouldn't necessarily expect it either. But yeah, I could actually see that happening, technically speaking, since it has already happened in the series, though, if they are interactable. And then indoor cats actually look like they might be able to be a thing. You don't really have like cats in interiors as it stands currently in 5, and technically you could say online within recent times of Chop Shop DLC on the newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC enhanced. So would definitely like to see some kind of like house cats and stuff or something for certain interiors if it makes sense on a rare occasion. Maybe some like guard dogs or something like interiors would be interesting too. Or something. Alright, and then jumping to 44 seconds. Maybe a little bit back more. Yeah, this sign could just be for like kind of just a comical sign or something, but it would be interesting, I guess, if the alcohol you literally buy in the property, if you drink it near the interior, you can get in trouble for it for like a 1-star 1 level, I guess. Obviously wouldn't be the biggest deal, but would be interesting if that actually means something. And of course, it could mean something for other interiors too. Alright, so 45 seconds. Maybe early 45 seconds even. Alright, yeah, that's not too far. It's pretty much at the end of this here. But yeah, returning Vapid truck from beginning the trailer there, the blue one. Again, not the Caracara, it was that other one from earlier. That I couldn't really make out, really. And maybe this suggests it's for a mission. Or, of course, it could have took it for, like, free mood or free room, possibly. Given you're just buying Patriot beer here, maybe it's not a mission, but as well, you gotta remember Grand Theft Auto 5 as, like, missions where you simply just case a joint or something. Especially if this has a lot more missions than any of the GTA games of the series or something, if it even beats San Andreas mission count. A mission like that would actually make a lot more sense for this game, I feel, than it ever did for 5 Online, where it's more like, or 5, I mean, where it's like a fluff mission. Kind of just to build up the heist finale, like with the Evangelico casing thing. Alright, end of 48 seconds. The reason I jumped to 48 seconds here is because I don't feel you can necessarily make out the most details on these police vehicles in the trailer. From my personal experience, unless you know what like literally every car looks like on top of your head, which I'm not necessarily one of those, and no vehicle just off the look per se, even if it's like established already for the most part. Unless you see like badging and other stuff really. Which you kinda can, but I don't feel you can make it out the most. We have 48 seconds here. Got a couple police cars, which I feel could possibly include the Impaler ones. Like maybe this one on the right, and the black one there could be the SC, and not 100%. For the Impaler SC. And then a little further on, I think there was another vehicle here. Yeah, I think there kind of was. Yeah, just have to go a little further. Yeah, like that one. I forget if that's like the LX or if it's like. There was a recent faction one that came out over a police vehicle in the Agent Sabotage. If it's not one of those two, then I'm not necessarily too sure which one that would be. Could be a new one, of course, for this game though, or for later GTA Online updates, since police vehicles have some of the most candidacy to actually appear in the game. I feel at the rate they're going with those. And then the 50 seconds. Just that penitentiary, whatever. Kind of similar to the alternate one that's in Grand Theft Auto 4, and then also that Bowling Brick one, of course, for 5 online. I feel this one reminds me more of the 4 one, where I feel it's like going to be a huger one than the 5 one is, where I feel that one's tiny compared to 4's and possibly this one. Then jumping to 53 seconds. Yeah, I think there's been subtitle things for a while, but yeah. Name drop for the female protagonist. I don't know if they actually went over the name in the first trailer. Actually, ironically, believe it or not. But last name there for Caminos, that might be the first drop of that for sure. Like officially. Supposed to be, And I could see this being a mission where you just pick her up from the penitentiary. San Andreas, for example, had a mission where you, for the most part, or the easy part of the mission anyways, is you just pick up like Sweet from the wherever he got put at for a long time in the game. And then yeah, you technically had more mission like after that, which could be the case here as well, but I could also see this being much earlier on compared to that mission for San Andreas. And there probably wouldn't be as much of a game focus in this one, of course. To have an action-packed mission makes sense, like in San Andreas' case, for something like this. So this probably will suggest to me that Lucia will be unlockable as a protagonist and not at the start of the game. Which of course would make sense since you have to unlock Michael and Trevor. Like in present time, not counting the prologue, obviously, which I sure hope this game has a prologue, like kind of explain what goes down. Possibly like a single mission in like a different setting, maybe another one down the line or something would be kind of cool. But yeah, definitely not gonna be surprised if she's unlockable, not at the start, obviously, especially with the penitentiary stuff. Alright, so for 56 seconds. Yeah, what's your name? Again, this might be the full official drop here for Jason, the first official drop. So his full name reveal might be after Lucia's just a little bit. But again, I kind of brought it up earlier because like, I feel there's a good bit of moments at that time where there was kind of nothing going on much. And then for 59 seconds, seen you here before, might have. Which, yeah, maybe that could hint at a mission or something that might happen. Maybe it's the prologue mission or something, who knows. Maybe there's a prologue mission where he somehow did actually end up here at the very beginning for the first mission. But otherwise, could just show up there prior, even if it's like later on, who knows. Alright, so for a minute, 6 seconds on the trailer, it looks like will be the next moment where I find something interesting, maybe in the slightest. Okay, I think a little after that. On that second, but not quite there. Yes, yes, yes. Seems to be a third appearance here or something for the blue, like, vapid truck from earlier. Which to me also does suggest the brine heater stuff and Lucia stuff would probably happen early game compared to a lot of the other content. Since I was assuming you would get this protagonist early on, of course, again, like Michael and Trevor 5. Michael you get before like doing that first heist, obviously. Trevor's literally like right after. So yeah, they probably wouldn't make you go too long without getting Lucia as an unlockable protagonist. So probably a couple of the more major characters early on. Both just say hey to each other. Alright, but yeah. Also, I put 109 apparently in confirmation that she's the same character from trailer 1. Which may sound weird, but again, I don't feel they delved the most into her on the first trailer. So that's kind of the only reason I put that there. Alright, so to 1 minute 12 seconds. But yeah, I could see this game being sex scenes galore or something, or like kind of sex scenes, kind of not. It happens quite a few times in this trailer, as a matter of fact, I would say. And for 1 minute 15 seconds, seems to be like a robbery, like heist kind of mission. Probably a little after game the character is where I would presume that would kind of take place. Could see being one of the first things they do after reuniting, or at least after some preparation, presumably, of course. But yeah. And then the SMG, I feel this SMG kind of looks familiar from Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, or at least the original Vice City. But I didn't necessarily care to look into that, so I'm just going to say it kind of looks similar. I didn't necessarily want to speculate too much on weapons, since don't necessarily see too much of the manufacturer logos for the weapons in the trailer. Hands above your head. No, whatever. Yeah, for 1 minute 16 seconds. You can see a National Bank logo here, whatever the first word is, whatever their... So this seems to be like a hold up, like heist mission for a national bank. Which I don't know, does seem kind of crazy for like a first thing after reuniting. For like huge like thing to do. But like literally the first one in the first game, or not first game, but 5, I mean, of course, was again the jewel store job. So like anything's possible in a GTA game, so wouldn't doubt it anyways. I don't know, they don't seem like as professional about it like Michael was, and was able to teach Franklin pretty quick. So like, yeah, I don't know, I kind of doubt a bit more in this case. That would be that early on, but again, it's GTA, anything's kind of possible. Alright, 1:17, 1 minute 17 seconds. Now you stay. Okay. Alright. Maybe a little. Alright, yeah, I like that. We're around 1 minute 17. To me, that kind of looks like a scoped SMG, or even possibly a scoped assault rifle. So surely a kind of different one than what Lucia uses for this, it seems. But yeah, interesting, I guess. Guess. No, yeah, of course they word like the neck gaiters, whatever. But yeah, I didn't necessarily care to bring that up until now. Kind of just a small mention of it. And then, yeah, for 119 or something here. Yep, another one of those. I could see this one also taking place like right after that mission. Like heisting that very much seems like it would be a mission, not something that just happened in like free roam. So I imagine that's definitely right after that mission. And then also, a couple seconds later, maybe another celebratory thing. To new beginnings. Which, yeah, to me, that further suggests maybe that it could happen earlier on. After they reunite. But yeah, they have like a celebratory drink, basically, as well, it seems, for that. So I assume both of those take place like right after that National Bank thing or something. With the context given in the second trailer. You broke my nose, that's was interesting. But here it was really just a boat that kind of like got my attention. Which again, either some new boat or kind of one that returns from like Grand Theft Auto Vice City stories or something for 3D Universe games or even another 3D Universe title or something. So that's pretty much the only real interesting thing I found there. For 1 minute 24 seconds. Yacht-sized boat, I kind of put their newer 3D Universe style boat kind of really again. Now I feel that's kind of bigger compared to anything you really get to use in 3D Universe for boats, I feel. Kind of seems like it gets closer to the size of like a yacht for Grand Theft Auto Online and the slightest, I feel. Which, don't get me wrong, I feel those yachts are still quite bigger than that even, but still. I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if it's an uncontrollable boat unless you want to go more out the way and you control bigger boats in this game. After all, they already let you do like Saka for Grand Theft Auto Online, so I would hope they would kind of go that route for 6, including the single player, not just online, of course. Like in online of Saka, of course. Alright, so for minute 26, or maybe can cut it like close to those seconds in some cases if it gets like real close to the next second. But yeah, here is for sure what looks to be Brian's Boat Works and Marina, which yeah, probably again different location than what was shown earlier. That was probably more of the House of Brian heater, header, whatever. And this is the business side, like somewhere else in Oneida Keys, whatever. But yeah, apparently has a Dodo seaplane, or possibly even a skimmer, but looks pretty much like the one in Grand Theft Auto like 5 online already. So I assume it's called Dodo Seaplane. I don't know. I don't really know why they reintroduced the Dodo in the game. It's called Dodo Seaplane. I feel it was more interesting and unique having it be Dodo for like kind of a land variant, like a sea variant being the skimmer. Kind of missed that from 3D Universe, but it is what it is. It's probably the Dodo Seaplane. Like, I don't know, to me, I feel maybe the Mantis kind of took over the Dodo for 5 online for the Mantis again. Like, kind of land version. But who really knows, I feel, with Rockstar sometimes. Which I could actually also, by the way, see this being obtained after the National Bank mission. It's, I mean, Brian Header, whatever, did not necessarily have the most money before that National Bank thing. And, like, sounds like he lets Jason live like rent free and stuff, so he kind of does owe him a bit, I feel, in some ways. So he might not even have his vehicle until like after that National Bank thing, I could see. If I were to take some kind of small guess. And then going a little further actually to the 126. I think for the next things, can't really make out the characters the most right now. This character here, I think this would be the first appearance here for the trailer of Cal Hampton. Character that also appears for like some of the screenshots on like websites, stuff to get that full name. Assuming it doesn't name drop the whole name in the trailer. But I'm not 100% sure if that's him in this instance, but I think it is, probably, most likely. And then, yeah, these boats, I don't necessarily want to speculate what these boats are, honestly, especially since it's a boat yard, and, like, obviously there's going to be boats here and stuff. So I don't necessarily care to go over to that too much. Trust me, this place is just a start for us. Where we're not supposed to be. But yeah, really here, the most interesting thing I found was some kind of truck here. Can't really make it out too much here, though, unfortunately, I would say. Hold on, I kind of want to back that there, I think. Right, there is something after that. Briefly or something. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, for a minute 29 seconds, you have an interior of what I presume is the property from earlier in the trailer. So the one that Jason was on the roof for, basically. So probably the Brian Heater header one, whatever. But yeah, and that seems to be a pet snake, which I don't know if that's suggesting like buyable pets, and it's like, what does a pet snake do much for you, I feel, in the game, honestly, compared to something like Chop in 5, I feel that's unimpressive compared to Chop for 5, even. So like, I don't know if that suggests buyable pets somehow, or like, who knows, could just be a background pet or something in this case, who really knows. And in a minute 30, this for sure would be a good look at Cal Hampton. This for sure would be him this time, unlike a few seconds ago. And I assume he gives you missions and stuff, I'm guessing, as well, since they consider him a major character on the website. And since he was at the boat area, he probably would be an earlier contact as well, I presume. They ring the bell. Shots, baby. Yeah, 131. Get the, like, kind of whole look at the bar interior. Has Pisswasser, Stronzo, and apparently this one actually kind of looked it up on GT Wiki, and it kind of seems it might be a new one for 6, but I don't want to delve too much into that, because it would obviously kind of get into a little speculation territory, and I couldn't necessarily make it out the greatest for the bottom text on it, for me personally. Yeah, probably new beer manufacturer or something, honestly, though. That's need to be another one, but, I mean, the more the merrier, I guess, there. The only thing that matters is who you know. Yeah, a minute 33 seconds. Kind of wanted to point out the fish and then the hamburgers. To me, that suggests that eatable food could come back, like for the fat stat, since it seems they want to bring back muscle and possibly even the sex appeal with the gym from earlier. It would also be perfect to kind of bring that back as well, obviously, for actual fat stat. Though I hope it's kind of just able to be done for cosmetic this time around and has nothing to do with like losing health over time, I hope. If they do bring it back, because now it's a little bit annoying. San Andreas, it's like the one game you can't last forever in without like eating and like keeping your character alive. I guess a game definitely don't bring that aspect of it back at least. But everything else of it, I feel they should bring back. And even have like missions and like failed cutscenes and stuff, or cutscenes where you can't even start up the mission if you're too fat. Maybe it would be funny as fuck. You know, and what you got. But yeah, next I want to jump to minute 36 seconds here. Which to me seems like it would be adjacent. We see a yacht party, kind of. Maybe there's also mission contact here as well for why you would even be here, like Grand Theft Auto Vice City with like the Cortez or whatever character that's on the yacht for Vice City. Which in my opinion has some pretty fun missions. So I would like a yacht contact. Could maybe have an idea on something with that, maybe on the website. But yeah, I don't necessarily think that character actually appeared in the trailer though, so I'm not necessarily 100% certain. But it would be cool to have a contact on a yacht to do missions for. I feel like Vice City though. And then over to minute 38 seconds. If we're going to do this, we're doing it right. But over in 138, choppers. Yeah, there's chopper motorcycles. Bikers, of course, as well, because of that. And then I feel this is Ambrosia, as I'll get into like later on the website. For the kind of like area of the game. And then 140 here. To me, seems like a nightclub kind of bar since there's the bar text on top. Can't necessarily make out what the whole like naming is though, since I don't think they really show the whole thing. For the naming here on the top right. On the other hand, no. Alright, then a couple seconds later, 143. Yo, D. It's full of Fed. Okay. Yeah, not there, but a little before, I think. But yeah. I don't know, I don't feel we get too much of a look of this character in the trailer, but according to like some of the images, I think he might be Draquan Priest. Which seems like they'll be a major character for the game, since obviously you have like images and stuff, quite a few images for them and whatnot. And yeah, I didn't think much of the dialogue before, but he says Yo D for black guy there, so yeah, that probably is Draquan Priest. And then the only other thing I found all that interesting was the like Japanese like anime really. And then I feel the next second you kind of get an interesting look at a character as well. Now this one, harder to say I feel on this one, because I didn't feel we looked 100% exact to the character like on the thing. As this thing wants to be weird here. Come on. But I feel this character could possibly be BB Ike. I'm not 100% new. Like, honestly, I look at the hair, like the mustache and beard, it kind of looks fine to me. But when I look at the main hair, I'm a little skeptical if it's BB Ike. However, they do go over a character called BB Ike in images and stuff, so this could maybe the one, like, look of the character in the trailer. Maybe. Maybe. They got your name, address. And then, yeah, going a little before that. I think that would be a police helicopter, like the police Maverick, unless there's multiple different police helicopters in this game for some reason. It's probably just police Maverick from like 5 on, maybe with a slight different appearance or something for this game or something. Something. And I feel the characters here repel out of like a window, so I wonder if we kind of do something like that in like free roam or something, like interiors or something, who knows. Yeah, I kind of like the repelling feature of like Grand Theft Auto 5. I think you can even like repel out of like the Annihilator stealth and stuff, I think, for whatever reason, for like Grand Theft Auto 5 online. Or not 5, but yeah, online, obviously. From like that vehicle and like Breaker Heist, and there might even be other helicopters you can repel on the side, which is a pretty niche feature for sure, but anything that brings some cool, like, interesting features into the game. And then, yeah, a little further on, yeah, here, 146, you get a quick appearance of Brian Heater, whatever again. And yeah, I wasn't too sure at first because of the bandana, but yeah, then I looked at one of the images and it was in fact this character because they have the same bandana in that image as well. At 1 minute 47 seconds, kind of just started a lot of police activity, not much going there. I feel besides for that for a couple more seconds. They got everything. Us cops, we gotta protect each other. But yeah, at 1 minute 50 here is where I found the next interesting thing. Because like I said, a couple seconds. I feel like I could be a possible antagonist here for the one in the blue shirt. Now I hope he's not a main antagonist because 5 had so many like kind of like corrupt cop kind of like antagonists, I feel, so they should kind of stray away from that, I feel, for this one. But yeah, I feel so far the Los Santos games have been most known for the cop antagonists like Tenpenny and all the ones for 5, obviously. Like Steve Haynes, Devin Weston, for example. Oh, but yeah, I kind of know Devin Weston wasn't exactly as much as Steve Haynes per se, but he was still involved with him per se. So I do hope they stray out just a little bit there. Maybe don't even have him as like a main antagonist, just like some side antagonist. But I'll be honest, at first 150 didn't even sound like seem too interesting to me, as that's for like the little dialogue down there. But I thought a little more about it. But yeah, you could maybe even want to look at an antagonist in the game currently, because I feel you mostly get to look at the supporting characters. I feel in the trailer so far. So it could be an antagonist right there. Definitely, I would definitely be able to see that. yeah, here. My bad there. We have 151. To me, this seems to possibly be a Jason drive-by mission. Or maybe there's a mechanic where, like, you can have the other character drive as, like, an AI, and then the other character can maybe just drive by. Maybe it's not even part of a mission, and it's just, like, a mechanic you can use. Kind of like a friend hangout feature or something, like, kind of dumbed down version, maybe of 5 compared to the pretty detailed one of, like, 4, maybe even. But I hope this game does take some stuff from 4. Obviously, that 5 did not. Like, kind of some in-betweens. Which they definitely should if they're going for more detail in their games nowadays, like they did for Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. But yeah, could see it mostly for the most part being for a mission, but it could also be a mechanic, like a friendship mechanic or something. And then yeah, the only other thing I found too interesting was the pistol. Could literally just be the basic pistol. Could also be some more interesting pistol, and not want to speculate on that the most. Like brap, whatever. Alright, so yeah, for 152. But yeah, this character actually has an official name here. Another character actually has like some images for like a file or something if you download the images or something. Known as Real Demez or whatever is what this character is with the BC and all that stuff. And yeah, to me this is like a subway train, like a it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Brown Streak from San Andreas, but might honestly remind me more of the one from like Grand Theft Auto 4, the train of that game. Now, obviously, you cannot pilot like the San Andreas ones or whatever. And then, yeah, the Annihilator. I actually think this might be the Annihilator here. I'm not 100%, but it kind of looks like there's a helicopter in the background there. Kind of to me looks like there's like a slight yellow stripe you can kind of see. To me, it kind of looks like there might be an Annihilator on the roof of that for some reason. Which, yeah, I really hope they bring back the Annihilator in single player for 6. For some reason, 5, it was like cut content or something. It was only into online and not in single player, which was weird. So I'd like to see the Annihilator come back for a single player game for sure. And then this over here, I could see it being like a vehicle just basically called Bus, or I could maybe see it being the GTA 6 Dash Hound. But I'm not really 100% certain on that. Honestly, I'm probably a little more sure on the Annihilator than that, to be honest. But maybe I'm just seeing things and it's not actually an Annihilator, just some interestingly placed palm trees, and with the way it looks, somehow it looks like the Annihilator or something, I'm not sure. If anybody else thinks that's an Annihilator, it'd definitely be interesting to know. And then, yeah, going to 154 next year. Alright, not there perhaps, maybe a little further than I thought would be. Alright, yeah, here is what I meant to do. So you have the Starlit Motel there, which is actually confirmed to be in Port Gellhorn. It might have been the same motel that was in the first trailer, like the end, I want to say. But yeah, that's confirmed to be in Port Gellhorn off of some of the images for like locations, as I'll get into later on. And aside from that, just a bunch of vehicles I cannot necessarily identify the most. Tried looking as close as I could to them, but couldn't necessarily see manufacturer badges. Don't want to take some guesses or anything. Alright, then yeah, then to the CFA next, whatever. Immediately we got this, huh? Some new character or something? Okay. But yeah, this here could maybe be an indoor gym, basically, like how San Andreas has a couple indoor gyms, which are the main gyms of that game, rather than the one like little outdoor gym, and then like there's kind of Mad Dog one that's not labeled too per se. So yeah, it could be a gym, and maybe you are learning like a fighting style or something, kind of like you do in San Andreas. But also, because of the cage there, it could even be cage fighting as well, returning from like Grand Theft Auto 4 to Baldur's Tony DLC back in that game. I could see either outcome. I could definitely see either outcome, really. But interestingly, there are characters around the cage, which I think does make it look more like cage fighting in Baldur's Tony rather than it being like learning like a fighting style or something like in San Andreas. But I would love to see the cage fighting return for sure in this game for Baldur's Tony. That was a pretty fun mini game or whatever you would call it for that game. And then 156 next. I think it's definitely a different property because of the walls here being like constructed. It's probably a property you get more later on in the game. But I assume that's definitely a property for later on in the game. I don't assume the other property from earlier is like just under construction or anything. I would assume it's a newer property. And then for 157, you see his shirt I found interesting there. Got it. But yeah, it's Gellhorn International. So that could maybe another airport aside for the VCI for the Vice City for the Vice City International Airport, of course, from earlier on, like the highway sign obviously exists in Grand Theft Auto Vice City stories, really. Which of course would likely be the main airport compared to a more side airport like Gellhorn International probably would be. Whoa. I gotta see if I can get more particular on there if I can. Alright, yes. Kind of. But yeah. I feel not Lucia with a grenade launcher. Maybe it's Lucia with a grenade launcher going on him or something. I don't know. I feel Jason would be the one using a grenade launcher between them, but I don't know. Maybe some like random characters doing it. That's not Lucia somehow, but I wouldn't doubt it. Somehow Lucia doing like using a grenade launcher. I mean, she was one in the penitentiary, not Jason, so it's possible, technically speaking. But yeah, obviously there's the police riot, like the SWAT van. To me, this police vehicle here looks like a Galvanter Baller of some kind. Kind of looks like the Baller STD on the GTA Wiki lately, and it didn't necessarily look like that one. Kind of looks like the second generation Baller might actually be already confirmed for 6, so it could be that. Since you had a Baller, it's like different generations, but there's so many different Baller variants, I'm not really all that sure what Baller that would probably be, but it does look like a Galvanter Baller to me for the police vehicle on the right. I think later on you'd probably get a better look at the other one, actually, technically. I'd be pretty particular of where I have to be on it, though, to get a better look, unfortunately. Alright, well, I don't know. I can't agree to look on it, but it kind of seemed like a Vigera ZX to me for police vehicle. But I'm really not 100% certain at all on that one, more than the one on the right even, which to me definitely seems baller-like to me. Yeah, to me it seems like a Vigera ZX police vehicle, but I'm not really, again, all that sure. And then aside for that, there were, like, maybe a vehicle or two extra, like the one Lucia presumably is in. I don't know if that's just another one of these for like a certain mission or something, and you are going against like a police blockade or something in the mission with that grenade launcher or something. Maybe it's like a secure car or something that you just can't see outside of course. Well, having like a single vehicle on like this side as well at some point. Alright, and then 159. Yeah, 159 here. This one for sure kind of seems to be Draquan Priest. Now, this one, you kind of have to look at some of the images, but I think they wear the same manatee shirt in one of the images, so that's why you can narrow it down to that character here. But you have to kind of look at the website for more details there. And then it seems to be an appearance of some dog over here as well, for like some dog breed that I don't necessarily know is in 5 or on, but still, regardless, it's kind of a theme there. Alright, now 2 minutes in. Yeah, if we see a Caminos, probably, I'm guessing. Here, doing some other crazy shit, basically like a couple seconds ago. Seems like some mission where you fight a character on like a jet, if I'm seeing this right, which is kind of crazy. Like, literally a commercial jet. Maybe it's somehow a cargo plane or something, but it's not too obvious with the shots you get here. Not 100%. But yeah, not to me seems like it's going to be a mission of some kind. Seems she almost even throws the person off entirely or something too. Like, goddamn, if I'm seeing all that shit right, then goddamn, that's crazy. Could be like a female Trevor in a sense, it seems. But yeah, 201 apparently here. Alright, I might have to go a little before that to get a look at the other vehicle. Yeah, there's another vehicle there. Cannot necessarily make it out though. And then, yeah, there's that vehicle towing something, which I'm not necessarily sure if that's Bison or if it's just some other truck or something. Don't think it was necessarily the greatest opportunity to get a look at that one. Jumping a couple seconds, 204. Yeah, save Vice City, baby. Fucking yet another kind of sex scene here, basically. Kind of. As much as they can kind of get away with, I guess, for a trailer, anyways. Fucking. Maybe wanting some hot coffee. Like if it were San Andreas back in the day and modded or some shit. What's that, like the third one now? At least. And yeah. I don't know, just to me kind of seems like it might be an updated like Snapmatic, like look when you take like attempt to take an image or whatever. That's what I could see that being. Besides for I would have zero idea what the hell this character is. I don't think they were a major character on the images or anything. Right into 206. Vice City, baby. Or whatever. But you have a Dominion Hotel. Now, in terms of vehicles, I only wanted to speculate on a couple because, again, you can't see much details on them, I feel. And I didn't want to do a bunch of guesswork looking at like the sides and like front vehicles without being able to see the back and stuff. So I wanted to kind of speculate on some of the fancier ones. I feel it would probably be the newer Banshee they recently released an Agent Sabotage DLC for Grand Theft Online. For the Bravado Banshee GTS over here, I want to say. And then to me, the one in front of it possibly could be a new Pegassi supercar or just Infernus or something. Those are my guesses anyways. Don't know if it's something like the Ignis or some other Pegassi one. That's in like Grand Theft Auto Online, of course. Could even be the Valk or something. I'm not 100% for that green one, by the way. For the like supercar over here. And then yeah, there's a bunch of other vehicles, but again, I did not necessarily want to speculate on those. I don't know if this one could maybe like a Gauntlet or something. That's maybe like the other one I was thinking, maybe seeing something about. But yeah, since I'm not getting the best looks of them there, I figured I wouldn't go too much into all of them. Alright, yeah, I think moving it there gets a better look at the wording here. But yeah, it says taste of pleasure or like taste the pleasure or something like that. I think for that text on the like bottom rightish there. Which I feel just starts like a couple seconds of like strip club activity basically for the trailer. But again, taste of pleasure, I think that would probably say. If you go a bit further in like the actual indoor section, Sinful Sundays. That was good for my channel name apparently. Maybe I should rename my channel Sinful Sundays instead. But then I should only do things on Sunday, I guess. Well, fucking. But yeah, Making It Rain as well. There was Make It Rain Mondays, I think, on the first trailer, as a matter of fact. But in terms of Making It Rain, I mean, this character from like dollar bills, basically. In the case of this trailer. A couple seconds though later, from the 207 again, because there's a couple seconds of like strip club activity. This is a fun section here, definitely. Yeah, for 210, I've put another property on here, but honestly, it might have been the Snake Fiend, I forget. I think it's just the back of it later anyways to be able to make it out possibly a bit more. But yeah, there's a PlayStation 5 ripoff basically. To me, this looks kind of like a weird combo of like the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 controller for DualShock 4 and like a DualSense combo to me. Maybe I'm overanalyzing that, and maybe it actually is kind of closer to an actual DualSense, but would be interesting if they did a hybrid like DualShock 4 DualSense controller for like a parody or something. And you have like the actual kind of console there. Kind of reminds me of how Pokemon games actually do like having the console in like the protagonist's like room basically. Except those ones are always like the actual Nintendo console. It's always like a Nintendo console, of course, since Pokemon's always on Nintendo. Like PlayStation makes sense, of course, since yeah, closer with PlayStation than Xbox pretty much in recent times. Pretty much since past GTA 4, I would say, or something like that. In episodes where those updates came out on Xbox sooner. So yeah, the PlayStation partnership has been pretty clear for like a while, I think, for the most part. Like without Red Dead Redemption 2, of course, got contents earlier. So yeah, naturally they chose a PlayStation on Xbox. Not trying to start a console war, I'm just kind of stating things, of course. Rather a decision behind it. But yeah, Phil Cassidy. It's kind of a parody of Phil Cassidy. It's not actually going to be the actual character. I'm guaranteeing it since it's HD universe, not 3D universe. Very rarely do they bend the rules, I would say, between like 3D universe to HD universe. You can say all kinds of examples, but I feel they're pretty consistent in at least the fact that the actual characters themselves never appear, like Claude and stuff. Like, yeah, I know Claude appears as like the online character, kind of. You can choose him as like online character parent or something. But in terms of its actual character, it does not actually appear in the game, obviously. For any HD Universe title. But of course, its clothes and stuff can be like referenced as well. Like, I think there's actually Claude clothing you can have in GTA 4, I think, for example, too. So it's probably just another reference like that. It's probably just like a special ammunition that has like Phil Cassidy is like the reference of it. Maybe you can get like special like heavy weapons or something there, who knows. But yeah, don't expect that to actually be Phil Cassidy for HD Universe. It's just not gonna happen. It's probably just a parody character, of course. So I kind of dubbed him the Phil Cassidy ripoff on my notes, basically. But yeah, Phil's ammunition, yeah. Like I said, I think it's gonna be like a special ammunition where you might well get some exclusive weapons there or something. Otherwise, what would be the point much of visiting that compared to the other ones? Or who knows, maybe it's the only one in this game that has like a shooting range or something, who really knows? Assuming they do the same thing like 5 Online where they only have like a couple or so of shooting ranges like at all. I could see this one maybe being like the downtown ammunition would maybe make the most sense. Since I think you have like a mission where he is actually downtown in an ammunition. So it could be like downtown Vice City or something for a possible location if I were to guess for that one. And yeah, I could see this being like a Mark II weapon he's holding as well, actually. Actually having like Mark II weapons in single player would be cool. With like different ammo types and all that kind of stuff. You actually have the like American flag like livery you can actually apply, I think, as like an Independence Day update for Grand Theft Auto Online, so it would make sense. But could also just play into like the theming, of course, and not actually be a Mark II weapon, who knows. But yeah, they definitely should have Mark II weapons, I feel, in single player this time, no doubt. Would be fun. But yeah, just Shrewsbury apparently is like a crate or something, I think, behind him. Alright, you have to adjust it a little before for that. Yeah, Shrewsbury over there. Hell yeah, got some hell American flag bikinis. Go even a bit further for that one. It gets even better a little bit too. Something like that. I'll just let that count, even though it's not showing the actual bikini in there. The bottom part, not the top part, I mean, of course. And yeah, let me go over that dialogue actually too. Gunfield Simulation today. Got more guns than the Laos. That's funny, seeing he's kind of like militaristic. Thought the military has a lot of guns, no? Well, for the average civilian, I'm sure, I guess, for the dialogue there. Could be what he's saying there. For rip-off Phil Cassidy. But yeah. And then, yeah, there's tons of weapons there. Again, I wasn't going to really analyze the weapons. I feel it'd be a little difficult to do for this trailer analysis. At least for me, anyways. But yeah. Especially with Diana's body and shit. But yeah, it could be a lot of weapons that actually will show up in 6. Or it be like day 1 or even DLC down the line, who really knows. So it could be kind of worth taking a look at those weapons, maybe try to analyze them for people who might be more willing to do that. But yeah. And then also, obviously it's on a TV, so the TV activity should surely be returning from Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. Grand Theft Auto 4 episodes 5 on 9. I don't think there was really interactable TV before that. Obviously, pretty sure, I think that started with the HD Universe GT games, I think. No reason it would be gone for 6, so obviously TV stuff should return. Don't broadcast the whole TV things, by the way. I think Rockstar copyrights that or something as well, if it's similar to what they do with the videos and stuff. If you put a whole trailer, and don't kind of do it your own way or something, like I suggested earlier. And then yeah, a few seconds later from like 210 and like kind of like around that as well. Yeah, when he's actually on top. I think he might be shooting the Combat MG when doing that. Of course, it could actually be the Mark II Combat MG and not the Mark 1, but I'm not going to assume which one it is. I'm just going to call it just Combat MG just in case. And then the 217. A couple seconds later than that even. Yeah, you get an actual good view of the thing. Yeah, honestly, I kind of thought at first this might be another property. But then I kind of realized it wasn't. I think I just forgot to remove that from my note. But yeah, it has the like pet snake. So I've seen the refrigerators there and everything as well. I think I saw like one comment pop up randomly, like even though I wasn't paying much attention to comments on the 6 trailers, somebody actually thinks it looks like Deborah's apartment, which I gotta kind of agree. Some of the doors, like where they are, I feel kind of suggests that too. I feel even some of the design kind of as well kind of was too, even outside even. Like how you have like stairs higher, going higher up and whatnot, and also there's like that lower part where you can like park vehicles beneath and stuff maybe. Albeit the vehicles, of course, they were outside of that, but still. Alright, but yeah, 217, you can actually view what I was going to do next. I think it went a little too far by accident, though. Alright, yeah, LDC. For me, here, I guess more like 216, whatever. But I put a question mark here because I wasn't really too sure, but I actually ended up looking it up on GTA Wiki, and it's actually the correctional thing or whatever, like the penitentiary stuff. So I don't know if she still gets knee deep with the correction stuff, like community service kind of stuff. She could have been maybe that character doing the community service a bit earlier in like the trailer. Might have heard that might have been Lucy or something, but yeah. I think I looked at Professional's thumbnail and it suggested that or something. I didn't actually watch it though, because I wanted to go over it mostly myself, but yeah. Again, I did kind of look it up on the GTA Wiki, and it has to do with like the correctional kind of thing. So it's kind of interesting that she'd be wearing that, and it might not even be like soon after you rescue her, but not all the cutscene stuff in this trailer is gonna be all in order, so it could maybe be a little after she got like picked up from the penitentiary, maybe perhaps then, perhaps then. And then yeah, 217 I guess here in this case, 1918. You kind of get a fourth kind of sex scene or something basically, kind of. And then 219, right? Kinda, yeah, kinda yes. Buzzer attack chopper, which to me it kind of looks more militaristic in this game as well. It kind of looks like greener or something to me rather than being like black. Now it could just be for a certain mission. It could be like a special livery or something for a certain mission. Who really knows? Yeah, to me it seems like greenish on this one. I don't know if it's like the lighting, like the sunlight and stuff making it seem that way or what. But yeah, if they redesign the buzzer to make it more militaristic looking, that would be a little cool. Although I don't know if it would really fit it the greatest. I don't know, it's going to be kind of weird going from like black for a couple games over to like a greenish. So I kind of do hope it's just like a livery or something for the mission. And like an optional, more optional thing. But yeah, it seems Jason's piloting it. And I want to say some character was on the side, so we'd probably see it there. probably yes, would be Lucia there for sure, like on the side, if there, since it seemed like there was a side character. But yeah, I would presume this is a mission as well if they're together like that. But yeah, maybe have like a tailing mission or something for some reason where you're in like a buzzer attack chopper, having to follow like a hovercraft. I don't know if it was a tailing mission when you have like an unarmed one or something. No, yes, I don't know if if it were a tailing mission, wouldn't you have like an unarmed one so you can like kill the character or something? But yeah, I could very much see this being like a tailing mission. As much as people don't like a tailing mission, they pretty much are bound to exist. I feel there's always at least like one tailing mission or something. Every GTA game, I feel, or like most of them anyways, or like the bigger ones at least, aren't like the side DLC ones like Lost Stand, Baldur's Tony and stuff. Anyways, and then yeah, some kind of animal there was at some point too, maybe a little before. Maybe. Oh well, whatever then. But yeah, I don't know, maybe my complaint about the green color is not really that, like, I don't know, I do like the military color, and just kind of also like the old black one too. But yeah, I don't know, I'm not really seeing the animal the greatest. Maybe I saw it easier because of 2001 or 60p or something, like I mentioned earlier, for how I was watching on my phone. I didn't really care to alter it too much, aside for to turn that off and the captions out here. Yeah, 221 it looks like I wanted to go for next here. It's a couple seconds later. Yeah, here I think. Even a little before, kind of, just to show the like boats briefly. Oh. Yeah, more sea sharks, like boats and stuff. Again, kind of the usual, like probably one from 3D Universe from back on Vice City Stories, or some like new ones or something if there's some interesting looking ones or something. Something or something. Also, I kind of noticed the rafts over here. So there might be a bunch of like floaty like rafts basically that characters can use in this game for some reason. Honestly, I didn't really feel that like a GTA game ever needed stuff like that, but I mean, it would give more life to oceans. At least I could see why they would do that. Actually. But yeah, I like the speedophile sea shark basically that they're riding. Of course, the green with like the purple text. Seems like both characters are there. Not looking too action packed, so this could maybe free roam to me though. Not like a mission per se, or maybe they're like going to a mission or something, something. And then this to me seems like the Sprivolido Carbon, so that's a little interesting there. Sprivolido Carbon from like the it was the yacht update, right? So like Executive or Criminals, I'm pretty sure it released during, I believe, definitely on that one. Which is before personal aircrafts were a thing, so maybe it will have customization this time around, like better customization. Who really knows? Who actually really knows? Assuming you could customize aircraft in single player, which would be cool. Like in online, obviously, with Smuggler's Run. Yeah, to me to me that definitely does look like super Flato Carbon though on the like top of the screen. All right, then for 223. Yeah, here basically. I have a chopper here. The seaplane again. Well, which I think could possibly be tied to mission. Or it could be like ambient plane sighting or flyover. I think. But I don't know though. Would this be related to Bryden heater? Header heater, whatever. I don't know about that. Like when you actually be in the plane if you're doing something for him though. So it could be an ambient plane sighting or flyover, I would maybe more think in this case. But maybe it is a mission for that character instead. And then the next second. Yeah, here. But yeah, I think this might be a probable mission involving jumping into a trailer to steal that car from the semi truck. And also using a chopper over here. Maybe this somehow was the same mission tied to the Dota seaplane in the chopper earlier. Not really sure. It would seem weird to me. What would a seaplane have to do with something like this, though? Yeah, this I think for sure would be a mission. Reminds me of Grand Theft 4 mission where you steal the like truck as Nico, where you actually jump into the driver window. Somewhat similar to that, I would say. Also kind of like a Pac-Man mission, I would say, for 5. And then, yeah, might have been another vehicle on the side earlier. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily guess on what that is. I'm not even guessing what this one is, since only the rear I can really see on that. For the one that's been stolen. $225. Or no. Wait, was there another vehicle in that scene actually somewhere? Come on. Maybe that one. Yeah, that was a different one from the one from earlier. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, 227. What, like, maybe the kind of fifth kind of sex-ish kind of scene? And that could actually be after that mission, because I feel the stealing of the vehicle in the semi-truck could actually be a major mission as well, kind of like the National Bank in the slightest, especially since it was a supercar. So I think that would be something to celebrate for there after all. But I swear it's like the fourth, fifth one now. Kind of insane. In one trailer. Not complaining, just pointing it out though. We got 228. I think this would be the speeder right here. The one that was in the Beach Bum DLC, like first DLC of the game for 5 online. That was also from like 3D Universe. Vice City would be a game that makes... Another game in Vice City would be one that makes a lot of sense for the speeder. Definitely. So I very much would think that's the speeder. And this definitely would be a mission, I would think, too. Involving shooting down this Vicedale police, like Vicedale County police helicopter. Again, probably a police Maverick, I'm guessing there, unless there's multiple different police helicopters this time. Because I don't think that was the case I've seen in the latest game. For the most part. for the most part. Yeah, maybe some, like, boating mission for sure. Let's see here. Alright, so 229 next. Next. A little before, though. That might be fun enough. But yeah, probably Sanchez, I'm guessing, for what's being written here, of course, for, like, the basic dirt bike of the game. But yeah, Mariana County is another county in addition to the Vicedale County from the chopper from earlier. Maybe it's somehow the same mission and you take the boat over to this, I'm not really sure. Could see that actually kind of being the case. Maybe it could be another more major mission like the one before. I slightly feel this might be a stallion, but I don't know. When I get a closer look, it kind of seems more like a coupe or something. I'm not really 100%. Like, the stallion would probably appear anyways, because it's one of the most iconic vehicles that also tends to have some of the most appearances in the GT series. So regardless, I would probably see the stallion reappearing regardless. And then you do have those couple, like, semi-trucks you can see the front of, probably some returning ones, of course, from, like, past titles, like 5 Online and all that. And then, yeah, some other vehicles, like this one I cannot necessarily make out the most. You go a little further if I can. where designs can still be seen. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be able to get it seen the easiest here, but I think the sign over here says like Draper Island or something, which is a little interesting. Not sure what that would be, but interesting, I guess. And then 230 here. That's 2.5 minute mark. So is there other dogs I was kind of forgetting to show off? Ooh, not too much. Okay. But over here, 230. Is this going to be a mission where Jason jumps into a moving car with Lucia here for some reason? And you have to like rescue her or something? I'm not really sure. Or is this some other character jumping in? I'm not really sure. And is this some other character here? Really don't know, to be honest. And aside for that, the only other interesting thing to me was the Watkins Auto Parts logo there, in the smallest sense. But yeah, maybe this is kind of like, what was that one mission in 5, especially the earlier one that has to like jump into the vehicle mechanic? Wasn't Daddy's little girl, was it? That was different. I kind of forget, but it's a pretty early mission where Michael loses the bow and then gets annoyed at Jimmy. You have to like modify the Sentinel XS a little bit or something. Whatever that one was. Fucking reminds me of that, and also reminds me of the final mission of San Andreas, of course, on the line. Jumping into the vehicle. With sweet, like, jumping off the vehicle and whatnot. Fucking sweet. Yeah, 231 here. Yeah, 231 here. Get another Cal Hampton appearance for some reason. Not 100% sure why, but whatever. Why not? Why not? And aside for that, just like a little Zero Gas logo to me. I don't feel it's too much interesting to me here. Maybe the interior of like the boat works in Marina. I don't know where it was showed earlier. Didn't necessarily seem like it would have necessarily much of interior per se. I don't know. It's like a huge warehouse. Maybe it's like another part of it or something. I'm not really sure. That couldn't be seen earlier. earlier. Right. And yeah, he says, hey, if you got friends, can you hook me up, please? Going to 233, which is where I'm almost going to be done here, which is like the last scenes of the trailer, I think. Haha, whatever. But yeah, to me, the rear of this looks like the Saber Turbo. I looked at different Sabers and stuff, and it looks like Saber Turbo is probably the one that lines up the most or something. Because on the wiki page it says that one already is pretty much confirmed to be returning for 6. Maybe it could even be Saber Turbo Custom, the like lowrider version, but I would kind of doubt it. And then yes, some other vehicle over here. And literally next second will be the last to go over, pretty much. So it's kind of last major second. Have like some boat and then some other vehicles. Again, not gonna analyze those the most. And that was pretty much it finally here. Yeah, sorry that took almost 2 hours, but yeah, my hernia throwing shit was being a bitch. Alright, so yeah, how do I get out of here again? Yeah, just that basically, I'm pretty sure. We had artwork, chopper of some kind. I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna guess with it, like with yeah, with it not exactly being like at a normal like positioning and stuff. I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna guess per se like what that one will be. I don't know if it's like the Starfish Island or like some of the surrounding areas, kind of a Vice City, like how you kind of had in like actual Vice City stories, of course. Kind of some of the bridges, kind of in the Vice City area, it reminds me of here. Have like a flamingo, like stork or whatever the fuck. Actually, probably not even a stork, but flamingo, whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck. Just let me see if like the basic pistols, whatever. Have like the police boat. Probably a speeder over here, I'm guessing, with like the rope and stuff here. But it's probably that one side of Vice City. I forget if it's the one with like the Malibu Club or if it's like the one with the airport. I think those are separate. I think like the airport side and stuff would be this way, and then like the VCI airport. Whoops, fuck, whatever. Too late in here to want to quit this suddenly or anything. Honestly, over a little accidental slip up there. But yeah, fucking. But yeah, the airport side I think is this way. In Vice City stories. And then yeah, this is the one with like Malibu Club and whatnot. So yeah, VCI airport's probably this way. As an example. And this for sure is the main Vice City area, pretty much surely, I would have to imagine. Like I'm pretty much pointing out. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto VI coming. VI6, of course, coming May 26, 2026. Bunch of sixes there. Heard May 26 could have been like a Bonnie Clyde funeral thing or something, so like maybe that's kind of why they chose May 26 as well, by the way, but I'm not 100% on that. Got that. But yeah, no, they did not add Switch 2. I don't know if they're definitely ever going to be doing that. Like with 5, of course, for OG Switch, anyways. Supposedly it's more PS4 Pro level for the Switch 2, so I would not expect this to ever come to that. As far as I know. Yeah, Vice City, USA. Jason and Lucy have always known the deck is stacked against them, but when an easy score goes wrong, they find themselves on the dark side of the sunniest place in America in the middle of a criminal conspiracy stretching across the state of Leonida, forced to rely on each other more than ever if they want to make it out alive. Just that same theme from the Newswire. Yes, just the same thing from the Newswire, of course. It looks like that Ocean View Hotel, so it seems that location will actually be returning from Vice City Stories, so that's cool. I think that was like the first area we were pretty much staying at in Vice City, actually, if we're going from Vice City, the original Vice City. That took place in 1986, I'm pretty sure. See, I think Vice City Stories took place earlier in 1984. Also close to Hotel Dixon, apparently. We had Jason Duvall, whatever. Jason wants an easy life, but things just keep getting harder. Jason grew up around grifters and crooks. After a stint in the army trying to shake off his troubled teens, he found himself in the Keys doing what he knows best, working for local drug runners. But yeah, honestly, his character backstory kind of sounds a little bit like Vic Vance, not gonna lie, in Vice City Stories, the protagonist of that game. Stint in the army. So does he get kicked out of the army like him, I wonder? Or like what? Or maybe that was before this game takes place for this one, whereas Vice City Stories actually happens in it. I don't know if they would focus on that aspect again, like they did Vice City Stories. That'd be a little weird, maybe if they did that. But I mean, it's not going to be too much different in some ways compared to 5, though, like having all these like robbery heist kind of things anyways, so I could see either way, really, honestly. Honestly. And yeah, Keys, Leonida Keys, again, this does suggest that the Brian stuff would actually, like, happen early game, like I was kind of saying earlier in the trailer, like very early on in the trailer. Which, yeah, I might have accounted for this a little bit since I was looking into things to say, really. And it might be time to try something new. So what? Kind of work kind of away from the drug stuff with him and like Brian, but not necessarily a betrayal per se. I don't know. 100%. And yeah, there's 70 screenshots by the way. Not all screenshots are interesting, I would say per se though. Like this one for example is not going to be too interesting, I would say. Yeah, this one he has like the yeah, like the Leonida fucking oh my god. Hernia fruit. What the hell? But yeah, fucking. Yeah, it's just live, not video, so I don't care as much what goes on here. At least I'm trying to control it better than the other streams, of course, because GTA 6 and it's a much bigger stream for me than that, than the online event streams. But yeah, fucking yeah, with the Leonida fucking. God, I never wear these things, so I was thinking for what it's called, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an undershirt. It's an undershirt, right? Fucking. I was never like a low class jockey or nothing for these fucking undershirts and shit. But yeah, I think it is an undershirt. My bad. Fro was being a bitch and shit, distracting anyways. But yeah, this could be a new vehicle right here. This one is actually a little bit interesting, I would say. It says Principe Alvino, whatever, V1 or something, V7 or whatever. But it's probably a new motorcycle that's not yet in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Unless they change in like the next couple online updates, of course, for 5 Online. But really mostly online, Grand Theft Auto Online, but yeah. Could indeed be a brand new sports bike coming into 6. Again, assuming they don't add it to like an online update within like the next couple. And then this one, like honestly, the most interesting thing I found for this one, it seems to be Cal Hampton, and then Jason wearing that Brian's like Boatworks and Marina shit. Boatworks and Marina hat. I mean, find the lager beer to be the most interesting thing there, really. Like, it kind of appeared in the trailer as like this icon, but not with like full on like logo or anything, I don't think. It's cool to see the lager beer instead of Patriot beers, since I'm so used to seeing the Patriot beer in Jason's hands and stuff at this point. Alright, Jason, like the 24/7, whatever. If anything happens, I'm right behind you. Another day in paradise, right? Meaninglessly, it could be the best or worst thing that ever happened to him. Jason knows how he'd like it to turn out, but right now it's hard to tell. I feel this could be foreshadowing like an ending, to be honest, where it's kind of a similar case, like 5, where one of the characters like dies basically, and I'm sure that could go both ways, of course. Or, of course, you could maybe have the ending C, so you might have 3 endings again. I might suspect. I might I might suspect, of course, you have like the clearly non-canon endings, like 5, of course, where you get like one character killed, and it's basically like one of the older GTA games where you only have like one character, and then yeah, fucking, and then fucking, obviously the canon one would sure be whatever one has both of them alive. I can already see endings like that happening, honestly, for this game as well. Well, if one character has to die, I know who I'm killing already, that's for sure. Fucking. But yeah. And obviously I know not has to, pretty much. Like, sure, we're not gonna make you have to kill the character. I would imagine, but yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, I think there's some foreshadowing with what ending, like some bad endings could be like for the game. But here, this is what, like, maybe it's like carbine rifle, like service carbine, even that came out with like Colonel Enterprises DLC, I think it was, for the service carbine in Grand Theft Auto Online. I could see it being the service carbine. Maybe. But either way, good weapon reveal there, with obviously that being like the big spotlight of that image. Here, is this near the Ocean View Hotel? But either way, there's like something like a sports supercar or something here. Not gonna guess on what that is or anything. It's only like a side view, really. Really. It might not even be showing the way bottom of the side view or anything. It seems. Now this one I feel is a little on the interesting side. Aside from being in this boat, that's kind of like for the universe style one or something, obviously, like I usually mention. Or some new boat. You have like the fishing rod and the binoculars. Both of which are things in Red Dead Redemption 2. Binoculars used to be a weapon as well in like older GTA games. They might got dropped off for things like the phone. I can kind of zoom in. Or of course, sniper rifles kind of negate its usefulness. They might have just felt it was redundant and eventually started playing the newer games. But yeah, one thing that might be an option if they do it similar to Red Dead Redemption 2 and they still have like a weapon wheel system, since GTA obviously would be a lot more on the chill side, and you have weapon wheels that don't require you to go to like a car or something. They could maybe do the Red Dead Redemption 2 thing where they have like different weapon wheels like they do in that game. Where you have like your fishing rod and like your binoculars. It's like a utility kind of wheel or something. So maybe they could use like another weapon wheel as a way to bring back binoculars. from the older GTA games, and like other kind of more utility kind of weapons that kind of lost their place in the later GTA games. And even make like a realistic like fishing minigame would be cool too. Red Dead Redemption 2, again, as an example, already has fishing. So it would be cool to see that. But for GTA, for the first time as well, I could very much see that being a possibility. Lucia Camino, Lucia's father, taught her to fight as soon as she could walk. Life has been coming at her swinging ever since. Fighting for her family landed her in the Leonida Penitentiary, whatever it all there. Sheer luck got her out. Lucia's learned her lesson, only smart moves from here. Sure. Watch you fail hard as fuck at an ending and you gotta choose between one of y'all dying or fucking again, like some Death Wish kind of thing where you go against the antagonist or whatever the hell they decide to do with the ending in this game. Yeah, if it was something with her fucking up or something's gonna get her and Jason in some big trouble as a possible couple endings, bad endings. I already see that shit happening for sure. Which is a little kind of a shame. I would kind of maybe like to see a GT4 kind of ending where both endings, like yeah, some key characters die, but obviously since on that game you only had like one character, it wouldn't be one you play as. I don't know, kind of torn on like 5 ending versus 4. But yeah, this one's kind of her in like a gym. This one is like a punching bag, not like a cage, so yeah, like I said earlier, probably indoor gyms returning, of course, since Jason is lifting the weights in the trailer, pretty sure. It's not some other character entirely, alright. So I definitely would not be surprised to see muscle stat, even like sex appeal stat and stuff. Maybe a sex appeal stat in this game could like kind of have like some kind of affinity system or something between Jason and Lucia. Maybe it better do something with that stuff. Could impact stuff with like missions and stuff maybe between them, dialogue wise and stuff maybe. And like the sex scenes or something, whatever. Or like the sex scenes, whatever, yes, indeed. And then yeah, this one has an interesting cocktail here, which is much fancier than like any of the drinks you can pretty much drink, I feel, right now in Grand Theft Auto like 5, especially Grand Theft Auto Online with all the properties that get added to that game. Like, oh man, I'm about to have actual true on cocktails in GTA games now. That's cool. Cause I feel before it's like into the like stuff like gin and like the smaller like what's the thing called, like them like shot kind of ones or whatever, basically, or whatever the fuck. Oh man, I would love to drink the cocktails. See ya, man. But yeah, more than anything, Lucia wants the good life her mom has dreamed of since their days in Liberty City, but instead of half-baked fantasies, Lucia is prepared to take matters into her own hands. So she has some Liberty City backstories. Honestly, given how Lucia turned out, I actually would not be too surprised if somehow her mom's in the Liberty City Penitentiary. That would be interesting if both of them ended up in penitentiaries. But yeah, there's that LD. You can't see the C, but surely not stir too. So that was kind of proving what I was saying when I looked into it for GTA Wiki. If I said serious, I meant Wiki, the actual like Phantom Wiki, not the YouTuber or whatever. But yeah, man, these girls get it easy and shit. Probably can't like sever parts off of the body is easy or something. I don't know. Shit, man. Swear, bitches always get so much better in this fucking world, man. Fucking swear, man. Yeah, is there really much more to analyze there? Like, I don't necessarily think so, honestly. Mostly boring screenshot for me anyways. I don't feel there's too much to look into there. Okay, what's that vehicle actually? Actually, is it not going back for some reason? Weird. Weird. Okay, maybe if you go to the one above it, it does kind of looks like some like old ass truck or something. I don't know if it's like that one truck I was kind of mentioning earlier a couple times that it appeared. And I feel it's probably a different one. I don't feel it was as tall in like the chassis or something. 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 Yes, indeed. Is that Ocean View Hotel? Not 100%, but whatever. The only thing that matters is who you know and what you got. A life with Jason could be her way out. Fresh out of prison and ready to change the odds in her favor, Lucy is committed to her plan no matter what it takes. But yeah, who the hell is this character? Is that Jason or is it literally some random guy or something? I don't know. Wasn't one in the 70 screenshots pretty much. That will be showing here, of course, like I am right now. But yeah, kind of the basic pistols. Oh, that says 9mm, I think. 9mm is probably the basic pistol, I'm guessing, yeah. Is anything else like that's probably the basic pistol. Is this more like a GTA 4 style pistol though? Not like 5? I'm not really sure actually. Could actually be. It could actually be though. Like what was that? Like the Glock 17? I kind of forget. But yeah, or like what, a nightclub or something. Yeah, honestly. That's pretty much interesting in this one. And then liquor bar. Food winks or something? Hoodwinks or something? I don't know. Actually, it might be hoodwinks or something. Hoodwinks bar? I was actually wondering what all this said, but hoodwinks kind of got my head, and I think that actually might be what that is, but it's all covered with crazy everywhere, I feel. In the slightest sense. Though technically, I guess if you add up the 2 years, since they're kind of covered at different spots, it would actually be hoodwinks bar. Liquor bar, I guess, here. But yeah, does the license plate say Gloriana? Doesn't say like Leonida for a license plate. It says the Gloriana or something. Is that a certain like area of the map or something? And not the whole state then, or what? Whatever though. And yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if I would say this is the same bike that Jason was on or near. I feel it's probably a different sports bike. I could I could actually see this one being a new sports bike as well. Definitely. That's not even 5 like online even, or even in a past GTA game if there's any there that never made it to 5 online. But yeah, both protagonists get 6 images basically, so that was already a dozen of them. But yeah, kind of like image of a sex scene, kind of after the fact or something with like take away from like a score or something. See with a pistol. Shoot the dickhead, take the money for yourself, bitch. Kidding, no. Kidding, no. Only Leonida. When the sun fades and the neon glows, everyone has something to gain and more to lose. Okay. Yeah, being crime game, definitely more to lose, definitely. Yeah, Cal Hampton, now it goes into more minor characters. Darn antagonists, of course. Yeah, there's that Dodo Seaplane. Surely it's a Dodo Seaplane, not the Skimmer, obviously. Again, because it would be the on one, surely. 5 on one. So that's the easiest one to convert over, obviously, and whatnot. Like Cal Hampton, what if everything on the internet was true? Jason's friend and a fellow associate of Brian's, Cal, feels safest hanging at home, snooping on Coast Guard comms with a few beers and some private browser tabs open. But yeah, like I showed off, C was in the Brian area, assuming that one had him as a character there before 130 or whatever, that timestamp. Like the 126 timestamp, whatever. I think it definitely was. But yeah. So some antagonists in his missions would probably be like Coast Guard. Assuming again he has missions, which I would assume he would. Which yes, I assume he does have missions. So his missions probably involve going against the Coast Guard then. But yeah. Kinda sounds like a Ron, maybe a more advanced Ron to me from like 5. And obviously online too. Or Ron Jakowski. Yeah, dude, using like Incognito or something on his Chrome or some shit. Whatever would be on GTA, of course. Yeah, what's this shit? Like a Gator Park or something? But yeah, don't know if that's like a golf club or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe actually. Oh wait, why the fuck the scared of his tongue sticking out? The fuck? Yeah, a gator. Yeah, this guy's like Ron 2.0 or something, or even 1.0 in a way. In a way. Duffel bags. Guffy hat, looks like. Violence is good. Thinks video games. Oh yeah, there's the Brian's boat marina thing, whatever. Yeah, video thing there, whatever. Yeah, there are way too many birds flying around. Perfect formation. whatever. But yeah, This one is actually pretty interesting, I would say. We had a pool cue. Wasn't originally 5 online, but did return in the Bikers DLC. San Andreas actually had a pool minigame, and now also pool cue, I think. Which I think would have been the first one like that. Breath Auto 4 didn't have it either, but then Lost and Damned DLC actually brought back the pool cue, which is why it returned to Bikers for online. So therefore Lost and Damned also had a pool cue minigame for the billiards, pool, whatever. Sadly, GTA Online did not get a pool minigame like billiards minigame. Would have been amazing if it did. So definitely want to see this minigame come back. It's a pretty fun one. Actually, no, GTA 4 had pool, I thought. Just didn't have the pool cue as a weapon, I think, was all, I think, for 4. I think all the GTA 4s had a minigame, just Lost and Damned only with the pool cue weapon. Definitely want to see both of those come back, of course, the weapon and the minigame this time. Definitely, for sure. Yeah, it's kind of main takeaway on that one. And just in like a pool with that like kind of embarrassing floaty shit. Bruh. Even his drink has a floaty, it seems. What the fuck? Kinds of like soda cans and shit. We had a psychopaths are in charge. He used to. Cows at the low tide of America and happy there. Casual paranoia. Yes, casual paranoia was company, but his friend Jason has bigger plans. Physically needed toward a few of the must-see destinations across the Sunshine State. We had a main Vice City itself here. We had to introduce like areas after so many characters. I don't know if that means like he actually lives in main Vice City. That would be kind of cool, I guess. But I don't know. He's kind of like Ron, so I wouldn't expect that. And he would be more in the countryside. I feel. I definitely very much do feel that's the case. Now this one has like 9 images, I think. And that's only because it's main Vice City, I think. So Vice City actually has the most of these image things, actually. Everything in excess. We're a long way from the 80s, but Vice City is still the sun and fun capital of America. Glamour, hustle, and greed of America captured in a single city. Each neighborhood has something to offer. From the pastel art, deco hotels and bright white sands of Ocean Beach, to the bustling panaderas, whatever, of Little Cuba, and the bootleg brands of the Tishawaka, yes, the Tishawaka, whatever the fuck, flea market. Out to the VC port, the cruise ship capital, the cruise ship capital of the world. Fuck ass bro, fuck you. We have Vice City sign with what's probably a Shamal above it. The Shamal is obviously not as big as like the huge jets, but it's like the twin engine like kind of jet thing. Kind of like signature ones since like San Andreas, pretty sure it's like the pilotable ones anyways. Or at least San Andreas and 5 anyways, which are all the ones that have like the huge use of aircrafts, not counting Vice City Stories I guess, but I don't have as much access to that one anyways to know. Yeah, this one is like a couple characters looking out on like a deck. Probably that same like beach area. I'm kind of guessing that like 3D Universe has kind of on like one of the sides of the map basically. I think it's the one with like Malibu Club. That side has like a lot of beach usually. I think for Vice City. I think both sides have a good amount of beach too. 2-2. I don't know, there wasn't really much on this image, I think. That looks too interesting, so that's for maybe a card era, but you can't really make it out too well, I think. Anyways, unless you know, like, the whole appearance of it, I guess. But here, looks like there might be a full-fledged basketball game for once. San Andreas had a basketball minigame. It was, like, pretty simple, no AIs or anything. It was just shooting hoops. So I do hope to see I, I do hope to see a vastly expanded basketball minigame where you actually have AIs to go against and stuff. That would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, just like the bus dash down, probably from like the trailer, and I was kind of bringing up earlier. All these other different kind of vehicles. Sporty kind of vehicle here with like two like circular kind of rear lights. Trying to think of what that might be. Not GTA 4 style quite somehow, is it? Which could maybe be D5. Like I was kind of maybe bringing up in the trailer, but I don't know if it's the same one as that anyways though, so hard to say, hard to say though. On either of those two really. I want to say this might be a Swift or something, a helicopter over here from Grandfather 4, Bodygate Tony. Grandfather 5 had this in San Andreas Flight School back in like mid 2014 for both 5 on. Yeah, I think basketball min game and the helicopter definitely was interesting stuff on this one. But here, just a couple black characters basically. What, probably some game characters or something, I'm guessing. Not really 100% there. Which, okay, I don't know how I did that again, but whatever. Whatever. I was kind of suggesting the Cholos, but the Cholos would be like Mexican Hispanic gang or whatever. Definitely would not be that. And I don't know if they would return the Cholos in Vice City Store, especially with. Did they have like a huge downfall in that game or something? Pretty sure. But again, not the one I get to play the most, unfortunately. With how inaccessible it is compared to the other 3D Universe games. Alright, this one's on the beach. Looks like you have like the lifeguard blazer returning from 5 online. From day 1 of the game that also got like modifications back in like Don Casino Heist. I think it had like actual modifications you could do to it, but only for online. So I expect this time in single player it should be modifiable at least. Also, is that a metal detector? Right online again as a metal detector, so if they have like a utility like weapon wheel or something, I could very much see that being usable by the player. Would be interesting if you could use it to get collectibles, like find them easier. Which I kind of got in a good position there with like the Terabyte with the latest Agent Sabotage DLC for Grand Theft Online, so I would like to see them bring a metal detector to help find collectibles or something. Or something similar, at least. You have like the alien detector device. It could kind of use for something like that as well. Like 5 on, or mostly 5 for like the Epsilon missions or whatever. Something like that would be cool to have at least. Instead of having to look up like a guide on YouTube or something. But yeah, not necessarily too much more going on there. They'll probably get a showcase of like the population density that will probably be in the game. They already did a good job showing that in the first trailer though, if I remember right. Oh shit, this one. A naughty bikini bitch. Oh shit, these two are pretty skimpy too. This this one's in like what, fucking fishnets or something? No fucking. I'm sorry, but why do people find fishnets attractive? You lose so much more skin. Like it's still there, kind of, but it's like also kind of not there. Okay, this is bravado for the police vehicle. Either one already in the game, or it might be like the Buffalo STX or something for my contract. Which I think people always say they kind of want that as a police vehicle for 5 on, pretty much. But yeah. And what's this actually over here? Either way, this character is pretty much already kind of blocking it. It's not a big deal anyways. It's actually also next to Ocean View Hotel, it looks like. Which is pretty much the main confirmation it does return in this game, like it does in Vice City Stories. Makes sense like how the Grove Street reappears. Makes sense like how Grove Street reappears in Grand Theft Auto 5 since it's iconic for San Andreas. One of the most iconic areas, San Andreas, with Grove Street being in 5 as well. So it makes sense. Same thing would happen with. So yes, it would make sense. Same thing would happen with Ocean View Hotel. And isn't there like the Oceanic Park tier like all the time, or lots of times in Vice City Stories, or at least Vice City? So like if that was the Oceanic or something, like the beginning of the trailer or whatever I was kind of bringing up for the vehicle, I didn't know per se, near the beginning, then it would maybe make sense that that would actually return as well then, if that was in fact it really. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that says to be honest, but whatever. Yeah, Dixon, whatever, for the hotel, whatever, there. Yeah, it kind of looks like there's another variant of the taxi. Yeah, kind of like how GTA 4 had like 2 versions of the taxi. Don't necessarily know why, like, San Andreas only had 1 version. Maybe it just makes sense with where it's located and it not being like as crazy as New York. Whereas Miami Vice City might be another crazier place compared to San Andreas, even in like real life, of course. So there probably will be multiple variants of Taxi this time again. For like the basic Taxi, like in Grand Theft Auto 4. I'm not sure if this would even be like the same one as in GTA 4. That's more SUV-like, basically, rather than like actual car-like. But I feel the shaping's different on it though, which could be because it's like a newer generation of it. which yes, which yes, of course, could mean it's like a newer generation of it. But whatever. Strip club for this, it seems. Which yeah, honestly. honestly, wish they showcased some better bitches here, but oh well, whatever. So showcase of a strip club there nevertheless. Interior wise, surely. But yeah. This is like the stadium kind of area, like an early game area of Vice City if I remember right. Perhaps. Oops. Third time I did it by accident, whatever. Too late for me to care, unfortunately, with this stupid ass hernia. It's not gonna improve next take anyways, I'm sure. But yes. But it's like the bridge near it and everything as well. The helicopter there, not really sure what that one is, really, really don't. Is there even a Ferris wheel in Vice City, actually? Vice City Storages, so... Would make sense, I guess, if they had a Ferris wheel here. If it didn't have one before. And hopefully it's interactable, of course, like the Grand Theft Auto 5 one, which surely I would imagine it is. Which, yes, I would surely imagine it is interactable, like the 5 one and on, of course. With all kinds of vehicles, I'm probably not going to be able to take much notice to, honestly. Per se. And then dog over here, like, probably a rock, wire, like, hop, whatever. 5 on, of course, chop, round on, of course, onwards. Yeah, this is the donk vehicle. If it's the one donk from 509, it's obviously the faction donk. So that's the only one that actually exists for a donk vehicle. But otherwise, probably some completely different donk that's not even in 509. Or pretty much just the online, obviously, since that was when only online got content. To me, this kind of looks like the Nagasaki Outlaw here. I'm not 100% certain if it is, though. But it might be. And given all the other off-roaders, it could very much be the Nagasaki Outlaw. Would not doubt it. Or maybe it's some new vehicle, even. Probably Sanchez's and stuff, and again, Blazer. Blazers can apparently wheelie now, which I don't necessarily remember them being able to do that 5 on. Unless possibly the Street Blazer can, but I don't think a regular Blazer could before. Unless they had wheelies to blazers in like 5 on, and I just don't remember them doing that. But I don't really think that's the case. Maybe a possible new sports bike there, not too sure. This could maybe be Vigera ZX here, not 100%. Or something kind of similar-ish. That manufacturer logo's come a bit far. I don't know if they want to guess on that. And this one's obviously cut off and stuff. Stuff. Underneath like a highway here. Seems. So I would say for Vice City, like itself, basically. Alright, here's that BB Ike that I feel might have only had like one little appearance in the trailer, if even. Again, I don't necessarily 100% know if that was the same character or if it was a completely different character. It's all about Heart, the Jack of Hearts. Like Jack of the Suit of Hearts or something for a card. No, surely. Booby is a local Vice City legend and acts like it. One of the few to transform his time in the streets into a legitimate empire-spanning real estate, a strip club, and a recording studio. Booby's all smiles until it's time to talk business. I'm sorry, Dark Ass has the ability to act like a local Vice City legend. Not 100% on that, but it's not champagne though. Respect for that at least. But no, I'm kind of messing around there. Not gonna lie. But yeah, Jimmy Empire Spain real estate, strip club, recording studio. Goddamn. I feel he's got a lot of Franklin obviously to him, and then even a little bit of Trevor obviously technically with a strip club. Technically, albeit Trevor stole the strip club. Technically, I would say. Obviously, in his instance, this guy actually worked and bought his way to it. Though it seems. Fuck yeah, though. Respect for being better than Trevor that way, though at least. They're probably going to do missions for him, obviously, for his strip club and whatnot. Or would he be more like side content, like business stuff? Like how Grandfather Vice City is, like. I mean, technically has a lot of main missions from Vice City, but they feel like they're side missions because they're tied to businesses. And what if they do anything like that for VI6 here? I don't know. Kind of feel they shouldn't do, and have them like be completely optional, like side business things, like how 5 doesn't. Because yeah, might make the game feel smaller if they put a lot of the main missions tied to business stuff. And it could slow the pacing of the game down maybe, but I mean either way nowadays, stock market and stuff, if it's anything like 5, it's gonna be much easier to get the money anyways. Surely. So it could probably make it work better in this game than back in Vice City just because of stuff with money, of course, back then. In the GTA games. So yeah. Oh yeah, and by the way, yeah, all the minor characters like Cal Hampton from earlier only get 4 images, but the protagonists get 6 images for Jason Lucia, and just to be aware for characters. Whereas for actual locations, it's a bit more inconsistent there. Alright, so Booby Ike over here. Kind of like Franklin-esque haircut. Like that. And yeah, I said like that, not I like that, whatever. I don't know, I kind of lost thought what else I should say about that. Fucking. Yeah, a dark bitch behind him makes sense after all. After all. I don't find the image too interesting per se. Not much needs to be going on there. Probably just the 9mm kind of traditional kind of pistolish thing here. Is that an extend clip for just one pathway to? That could maybe at least a little different there. But yeah. Again, I feel like the hair, like I mentioned, for that one black character, I kind of thought could have maybe been him. Didn't necessarily line up, so I don't actually know if he actually technically appeared in the trailer. But he might have had a small instance of appearing in the trailer for that one, like second, whatever, like I kind of said earlier, like 144 or whatever it was. But yeah, cool, like blazer or some shit he's wearing though. Not sure if that's a blazer per se, but something similar maybe. He even has like a record, like gold like keychain thing. That's kind of cool. Tattoos, I'm not a big tattoo person, I'll be honest. But, I mean, makes sense with his character. Hell yeah, I got them dollar bills. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah, man. Okay, it seems to be too, and then you get this like video kind of thing. The club money pay for the studio, so the strip club, and then the drug money pay for it all. So what he's calling the club small fry, basically compared to the drug money. Interesting. Seeing interesting. So hell in support of drugs, I guess then is the way I'll take it at least. But maybe that's not exactly the way to look at about it. I don't know though. I do feel that one black guy looked a little more towards this one. Because again, every single one so far I feel this guy's had like kind of a Franklin-like haircut. But I feel again the facial hair is kind of the part that kind of made it look a little like he was that guy in the trailer though for me. Because obviously it wasn't this one, I'm pretty sure. I don't think. Wait, Jack of Hearts, that actually like a place that he owns or something for a strip club or something? Might be. If I was like just a little phrase, but yeah, Jack of Hearts would probably be a pretty cool name for a strip club though. That's what I kind of explained already. But yeah, fucking. What else? What else? What else? Fucking. Fucking. Honestly, besides for that all, I don't necessarily feel it's too much. It's mostly the building that's interesting in this one. Cannot really make out the vehicle too much, I would say, really, there. This one's an interesting image, actually, as I kind of know from before. It was that, like, champagne and whatnot, like the blooters, whatever that traditional brand in Grand Theft Auto Online is called, and like the nightclubs and shit. But yeah, J Hard H Jack Hards, yeah. I thought it was just phrase or something, but no, it's his actual place. Damn. Hot damn black booty bitch. I was smiling at it. But yeah, the interesting part about this one though is the young ancestor. But yeah, young ancestor character was that with like Dom Casino, like might have been in Resort Update like very briefly, but mostly for Dom Casino Heist. Owner of a Grotti Furia, so if there's going to be young ancestor merge, I would have to imagine he probably will return in this game actually, in some capacity, which would be interesting. Probably his relations with his character or something. So I totally expect that as a possibility that young ancestor might actually appear in this game, which would make it his first single player game of appearing, because yeah, I'm pretty sure he debuted it online in 2019 basically. So obviously wasn't in the single player for 5. Surely he was in no game prior to online. But yeah, I would also probably imagine that would make the Grotti Furia a returning vehicle as well for Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, of course, of course. Which is a cool looking supercar, I feel, but yeah, and online it's not exactly the best performing one, and like obviously with all the new stuff that can likely come in 6, yeah, I don't know. But to be fair, if it's day one, I don't necessarily care too much if it performs like ass or not, compared to like how it does in Grand Theft Auto Online currently right now, where it's like what, like 20s or something lap time or something. But yeah, pretty crazy potential for a character to be able to return from a past game into Grand Theft Auto 6. Not many instances of something looking like that so far. To be fair, a lot of times content like that, I don't think in other games they promote like returning characters much, obviously, because they probably leave that for the final like actual release of the game to surprise players, which is obviously the smart thing to do. But yeah, man, honestly, I kind of don't care too much for Young Ancestor again, especially because he's online exclusive. But I'd like to see him get a much bigger role for sure in an actual single player game. But yeah, especially made it 3 hours. I was hoping to get this done in 2 hours ish, because I think that was like the average highest amount of time it took over like the big YouTubers, anyways. I think. But I mean, I'm not a big YouTuber, anyways. 3 hours ish would be fine. I'm just hoping it's not 4 hours, but yeah. Body has many problems, so again, sorry for that shit. Still, there's also a lot of stuff to go for too, so I feel it's a little fair. I feel. Yeah, top quality cuts. Bibby might seem like he's just out for himself, but it's his partnership with the young, aspiring music mogul, Traquan, for only Raw Records that he's most invested in. Now they just need a hit. But yeah, this is also another reason why I kind of thought I was that character, because I might have been aware of the website at that point, or at least one of the points where I was like analyzing stuff. Or of course, I probably watched the trailer fully in depth first, and then I did that, and then I was like, oh shit, that could actually maybe him, even if it looks kind of different. But then that character in the trailer, like 144 of a kind of a more cornrow looking thing compared to like kind of the Franklin haircut this character has. I don't know, man. I feel it probably would have been him though if any character in the trailer though. But again, he might not even appeared in the trailer though. I think there are ones that for sure don't. That's all good for later. But only Raw Records to me seems like it could kind of be like a Record A Studios for this game, kind of as well, right? Kind of. Not, of course, exactly 100%, but it could be something like that, maybe. Oh well, whatever. Billionaire Keys, I don't know if it's suggesting that he'll actually appear there, or if they're just kind of randomly putting these like between each character, and it has nothing to suggest like where they'll actually appear in the game. Probably the latter, I'm guessing, to be honest, since obviously that Brian character is kind of leading key characters early on. Doesn't necessarily mean this character won't appear there, of course, but still. still. Billionaire Keys, Gateway to Paradise. The dress code is casual, the bars are loaded. Life in this tropical archipelago isn't flashy, but it's easy. Get your buzz on and pull up a deck chair, but look out. You are right on the doorstep of some of the most beautiful and dangerous waters in all of America. Yeah, definitely does seem casual. Jason starts out in this area or something, definitely. Would make sense. We have bars loaded. Yeah, some of those bar screenshots are definitely probably in the needed keys. But yeah, isn't flashy, but it's easy. I feel Jason gets both ways in the side sense, so I mean, he is a protagonist, so yeah. Yeah, this is probably gonna be a really fun area for boating around for sure, compared to maybe some of the other areas of the map. Yeah, Keys. Was there going to be like a Keys area in the beta of Vice City? I kind of forget. Was some of those like skinny, like islandy kind of areas? Is that basically what Keys are? Kind of forget. I don't know. Kind of trying to think back to something like that. Maybe might have been kind of a thing that was going to be in Vice City and wasn't though. Be fair, be fair, be fair. I see. Yeah, this image I feel for the most part was kind of a trailer one image if I remember. Albeit I think a lot of this website details stuff of course would be new with trailer 2. I don't think the website had much of anything with trailer 1 if I remember right. But you have that Dodo Seaplane again, kind of over here. I think it kind of was there again, of course, in trailer 1. You have a bunch of vehicles here, but they're all like so tiny. Phil decided for like the semi-truck. They're not going to be too easy to make out, I feel. But yeah, it's definitely going to be beautiful. Fly a Dodo Seaplane over here. And yeah, maybe the sea sharks and stuff too. In addition to like that, obviously, some easier ones to make out there. Right, it's not like iguana. Could be kind of a similar one to the one that was in the trailer, but like green, so like brownish or something, I think. Dog over here, bike, bicycle, whatever. And holy shit, is this like the new Fagio or something? Is the Fagio getting like a huge makeover or something? Or hell, maybe this is even a whole new version of the Fagio. I'm not really sure. Sure looks interesting though. Say something interesting about this one though. Fagios are usually two wheels. I think this one kind of looks like a free wheel, like tricycle looking like Fagio to me. I might be right there actually, because like yeah, I don't know, it looks off center compared to the one over here, of course. Which would be kind of a new Fagio. I would be interested to see how that plays out when the game releases. And was this like a tour bus? I feel that reminds me of like the tour bus or something that's in, or the airport bus or whatever, for example, in like 5 Online. Other kinds of vehicles that are hard, difficult to make out something. But a Squallow might be the first time that's being outright confirmed to be coming out into 6 VI. 6 of course. Squall already does appear in 5, right? I kind of forget. If not, it might be the first time it appears since like Grand Theft Auto 4 episodes, like probably the latest, if not then. Wasn't there kind of like a Squall 2 in like Vice City or something? Might have just been a cosmetic difference, otherwise might have just been actually called a regular Squall, just like interesting look and stuff. Squall might have been the one with like the thing on top in the trailer earlier, just didn't want to accidentally call it the wrong thing or something. Chip's Body Shop, whatever. Not sure if that's going to be a mod shop or something. For like vehicles. Probably like a beakers where it might just be named different, if anything, and not actually provide much of anything different, I'm guessing. Since that doesn't seem like it would be all that significant to warrant like special upgrades or anything, just looking at it. We had a rusty anchor. Apparently here will be something for Leonida Keys. Bunch of beer things. Is that lager? I'm not really sure. I feel it's pretty blurry for those, unfortunately. Really just a bunch of characters. Crab Festival. Basically. I wonder if that suggests crabs could be making their way into the game. There's already crabs in Red Dead Redemption 2. I think crabs could be an interesting vehicle for sure. Not vehicle. I probably said vehicle by accident, my bad. But yeah, animal, of course. But yeah. I would definitely like to see some crabs roaming around in the game. Definitely would enjoy that. As a huge seafood person myself. Oh, and yeah, this one's amazing. There was no underwater, I don't think, shown in any of the trailers yet, but this is actually an underwater screenshot, basically. But is this an eel? Probably an eel. Wonder if there could even be like electric eels, and if they're actually like electric, like the naming suggests and stuff, then like in real life, of course, too, then like maybe there could be some hazardous eels that can attack you, like sharks or something. And like 5 and on, of course. But yeah, actually being able to swim in Vice City. Like, yeah. I'm talking about original Vice City, of course, not Vice City Stories. You actually can swim in that one, you just cannot go underwater in that one, I think. Like you can in San Andreas, for example. But yeah, turtles, though. Yo, turtles are really amazing to see underwater. Definitely. Is that a pufferfish or something on, like, this one? I'm not really sure, honestly. Looks interesting, though, compared to the more generic looking fishes, though. Yeah, man, I bet this underwater life is going to be really sick. What if there'll be like jellyfishes, like manta rays? Isn't there already actually like stingrays? Actually, yeah. But still, manta rays might be much different. I could see like jellyfishes maybe. Being in. I always thought jellyfish is actually damaged and stuff in San Andreas, but no, I think they were always obviously just cosmetic. I felt like I took damage underwater and stuff. It was probably just me underwater, being around the jellyfishes and stuff. But yeah, definitely a lot of potential for some marine biology, wildlife and stuff, definitely. I'll say for this one. And last but not least, for Leonida Keys. Like, what, a bunch of floaties, a bunch of boats and stuff. This one's probably a squallow here, for example, like on that one billboard thing, whatever. For an actual look at the squallow, like for sure. I wonder if this one could be like the Jetmax. Like, maybe see that being Jetmax. For example, that's another GTA games. Again, not necessarily one to take much guesses, but I feel that one could be a Jetmax or something. I don't know if this one has to be the Longfin over here. I don't know, I could maybe see that being a Longfin. And I feel the Longfin for Hyper Heist DLC, that vehicle would be a lot more interesting in 6. Since it's like the quickest boat, but there's not much you can do with boats much in 5. I feel, unfortunately. I feel this one's going to have like a lot more like islandy kind of areas and stuff, of course, with all these different regions, like counties and stuff. To be able to go to be able to get a lot more use out of these boats, of course. Roland, interestingly, no one says Roland. So I don't know if it, with it looking that unique over here with the text and stuff, I don't know if that suggests if it will be uncontrollable somehow or what. Not really all that sure, honestly, but still. Or maybe you can somehow customize boats and there's like liveries and stuff. I don't know if that's somehow trying to hint at that, but yeah. Boats is one of the vehicle types you still cannot customize on with some Pegasus stuff for 5 on, so definitely a bit worried what that would mean for boats here. I mean, yeah, this would probably be a massive evolution for the franchise, of course, so that would be one huge thing they could do to improve the game vastly compared to 5 on. Have customizable boats, of course. Fully customizable boats, or at least similar to what they do with the aircrafts in 5 on, for the ones ones that actually have decent customization. Yeah, Jaquan Priest was that one character at 143, pretty sure. That was possibly followed up by Booby Ike that 1 second, whatever. But yeah, only Raw Records maybe owns that company thing, whatever that was kind of went over earlier. Yeah, Jaquan was always more of a hustler than a gangster. Even when he was dealing on the streets to make ends meet, breaking into music was the goal. So what is he, kind of like a DJ Pooh in a way? Albeit DJ Pooh is like a real life person as well, pretty sure. So that's kind of not the greatest comparison, perhaps. I don't know. I feel they're kind of like a stereotypical like real life rapper or like some gangsta person. A lot of gangsta people get into music, so like I don't know. He's kind of a stereotype in a way. I feel honestly. I don't trust much of a character to compare him with. To be honest, that'd make too much sense. I'll be honest. Like I was able to think of like the last couple or so. Honestly, I don't think I have too much interesting to say over in terms of that paragraph. Alright, so I'm kind of going whatever image, like, kind of is tallest, by the way, to, like, top, bottom, tallest, shortest, like, top, bottom, whatever. Kind of just make it simple, it doesn't matter too much to me which ones I do first. You know, I probably should have done the other one first, would have made probably more sense. If it hasn't been clear yet, by the way. But yeah, something dreams. Probably some particular bar he's at or something. Might be having one of the more traditional kind of like drinks or something, I'm not really sure. I don't know, it doesn't seem like a small amount of liquid like a gin or anything. Again, like I was kind of bringing up for like File and Oil to simple kind of like shot like drinks. Comparing it to full on cocktail like let's see, I was having earlier in game. Or like on like the website, of course. Honestly, there's not too much going on this one, I would say. Mm-hmm. I think there's a character called Roxy or something. I don't know if that's it. I think it goes into that on another character, if I remember right, which I kind of already brought up. But this might be the character with BR, the one that was in the one moment of the trailer. Like, what was it? Like 152, I think, for that second? Something like that, I think. But regardless, I'll get to that again, because again, they are a named character on this website. And this might be their like associate. So Jaquan might know this character, and then yeah, character associated with this character, or whatever as well. Maybe. Really, it's that's for that. Sundays it says here, maybe Sinful Sundays again or something. Like in like the 2 minute ish like mark, that kind of thing. Yeah, right. That's kind of the video thing for this character. Dancers are like my A and R's, or whatever. If the record's a hit, DJ's gonna be spinning it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep spinning the good bitches. For me, that's like my skin expanding, not your black ass though, or whatever though. But whatever. But yeah, manatees. I did bring up the manatee shirt. Like I think it was like 159, like 2 minutes in, something like that for the trailer. And yeah, the reason I said this was Jaquan for sure where like 143 I wasn't so sure compared to 159 or like 2 minutes, whatever. Reason I knew for sure in that moment was again because of this Manatee shirt. Manatee is supposed to be like a football team or something in the game. Interesting. I mean, there's all the sport teams and like class the same too, so probably for like 5 on, of course. I don't know, I'm so used to my like area not having like the most like team sport wise I feel, or at least used to anyways. Even though I do live in an area that actually is a GTA game area, I would say. Kind of, but yeah. Fucking, yeah. Not mean to go into this character much, my bad. I don't know why that caught my attention so much. Only Raw Records on like on laptop there. That seems to be the logo for that company. Interesting stuff there. Sound system stuff is probably similar stuff you kind of see with like the Record Day Studios interior. Kind of again, I kind of compared it to in the slightest. Not like Dr. Dre and stuff can use. Or Dr. Retard, I guess. Wonder if it will appear in this game, actually. That would be interesting. So, celebrity appearance. Then. Appears in this like orange and whatnot. Honestly, not too much going on, I would say, on this one. So, probably want to pretty much skip at this point for this one. This one. You're with the label now. Now that he's signed the real Demiz, which again I think was kind of that one in the like 152 mark or something. Something for character I mentioned earlier in the trailer. And again, I think was the one character. Probably this one, because I couldn't see the necklace. This one's RR. And yeah, it was the one with like BR or whatever in the trailer or whatever. Now that he's signed the Rio de Miz, Draquan's days of booking acts into Booby Strip Club. So he knows that character as well. Not surprised again, because I felt again they were within like a second of each other, but again, wasn't really sure on that character in 144. And regardless, Draquan's days of booking acts into Booby Strip Club might be numbered as he sets his sights on the Vice City scene. Okay. Grass Rivers. It says Vice City there, but here Grass Rivers. So like hard to say, honestly, again, if they're just kind of randomly throwing these between characters to give a break between them. Or what. It's probably just that, yeah, not tied to like where they actually reside, I'm guessing. But yeah, Grass Rivers. Welcome to the Wetlands. Untamable Jewel of Leonida's Crown. Untamable probably might mean like where a lot of wildlife will probably be in the game, maybe. Maybe. That's kind of my guess. You never know what lies between, or not between, but beneath the surface of this primordial expanse. The gators may be the most famous attraction, but there are far deadlier predators and weirder discoveries among the mangroves. Whatever. Alright, so gators, Cal, Hampton, whatever, was kind of near those gator areas, so he probably hangs out Grass Rivers a lot. I'm guessing if it goes off of that one screenshot of him at least. So yeah, they probably do just scatter these randomly after a character, just give a break between the characters, probably. Cause yeah, it's not like only near the keys, it's like next to Brian, for example. Heater, header, heater, whatever the hell. But yeah. Gears may be the most famous attraction, but there are far deadlier predators, weird discoveries, yeah. Maybe like panthers and stuff, even though it's pretty similar to cougars, but still, cougars are no joke. Cougars are definitely no joke though. Which, dude, that reminds me, mountain lions are what they're called in 5 online. So actually there is kind of a mountain areas in there, actually, if I remember right, actually. It's not entirely something to write off just yet, being swamplands and stuff mainly for Vice City, I would say. But yeah, yes. But yeah, alligator thing, like crocodile, alligator, crocodile, whatever. Yeah, whatever it called it earlier. I said gators, so alligators, surely. Actually, my bad. But yeah, it looks like they're on like hovercraft or whatever. Airboat. Does it want to be renamed like airboat and it's not going to actually be like hovercraft? Or are they kind of two different things, kind of? Because like San Andreas, I think it was called like hovercraft, for sure. Or it was called the Vortex, but I thought it was known as like a hovercraft, basically. Which, yeah, the airboat's probably, again, like the same thing. It's kind of just a naming, I guess, like kind of the general type of vehicle. But maybe there's even a manufacturer for this one. Maybe. But I'm definitely pretty excited for these vehicles to appear. There was meant to be hovercraft, I think, in 5 and like the beta, which would have been amazing for like Lagos and cute areas, but I think they cut it for some reason. Probably because there wasn't a lot of good areas for it. I don't know. Could have been good all throughout water though if it would have made it interesting enough, like in San Andreas. But cool to see him coming back, kind of. And then you see like a couple different sniper rifles, or maybe it's the same sniper rifle, different modifications or something. Cool. Cannot really tell if these are similar sniper rifles to what's actually in 5 on right now though. Maybe not though. It's like a cat or something here. Not 100%. Maybe it's more of a wild animal, not an actual cat though. Actually. Here's this ugly ass booty bitch. The fuck. Patriot beers. What is that even? Canned salmon or some shit? I don't know. Probably not even at all. But would be cool if that was just random canned salmon laying about or something. Damn, I want them to add all the catalog foods from Red Dead Redemption 2 at this rate, don't I? Who knows, maybe we'll do something like that as well in this game. Not really sure. Not really sure. If you want like stores and stuff be a lot more interactable and stuff. Like all they really have is like convenience stores currently, so not really sure what's gonna happen to be honest. To be honest. But I mean, hey, Chinatown orders as a fucking ammunition you can order from like online and stuff. So I mean, it's possible. And you could do stuff like that. Have like a catalog, but for Grand Theft Auto Online, or not Grand Theft Auto Online, but Grand Theft Auto 6 VI 6 obviously. There's that one like truck vehicle. I feel that's the easiest vehicle to make outside for this boat. Everything else is like much further out there, to where it's probably not worth necessarily trying to make those out. For me, anyways. This might be another instance of the squall over here. Otherwise, was this like a bunch of dock like areas or something? Water tower or something? I don't know. Not the most interesting. Just figure I mentioned some obvious stuff, I guess. But yeah. hovercraft, going, whatever, like the airboat going for like the grass river. Wonder if this could somehow be the same one that was being chased in the near end of the trailer. Probably not. It's probably not related to the one there. Probably just one in like free roam or something. Presuming kind of. Is that like a shotgun, like a double barrel shotgun or something being held by this character? Not really sure. I kind of feel there was like a moving part, kind of somewhat like this though in San Andreas's like Vortex hovercraft kind of vehicle though. I could be wrong. Still, I think it was like maybe more back here, not like over here. So very much could be a like shotgun trying to like alligator hunt or something with. Not really sure, honestly. I'll say honestly. Be like 3 alligators. 4 actually, maybe here. Like, that might even be a 5th one actually. Holy shit. Holy shit. Interesting. Interesting. There's a couple alligators there, like the flamingos, whatever. Are those badgers or something? I'm actually not too sure. Not too sure. But yeah. Is this the Caracara somehow? I think I see a Bravado logo on that though, I think just briefly like beneath the flower. Kind of thing. Whatever. Yeah, it does look like a Bravado truck to me from the front, from what I could tell. So that's definitely not the Caracara. And it did look much different. It doesn't have Caracara on top, for example. For example. Is that someone a bison since it is towing something? I'm not really sure. Might be another good look of that police like Galvanter baller thing that I think it is. I think it is. Might even be a better look than what's in the trailer too of it. Of it. Like the police Maverick here. Assuming it's the only like police helicopter once again. And there's not like multiples, like different police helicopter types that there can be or something. And then you have like the hovercraft, like the airboat back there. It looks like again. Of course, like a bunch of seagulls or something as well. Alright, and then it goes to Rio de Mez next. Next. Viral videos, viral hooks. Bay Lukes and Roxy, aka Rio de Mez. Huh. Okay. Have been friends since high school. Girls with the savvy to turn their time shaking down local dealers into cold hard cash via spicy rap tracks. Oh shit, they spicy bitches on. Not really my type, but I could see it. I could see it. And a relentless social media presence. Damn. But yeah, social media could definitely probably play a huge part in this one. Maybe compared to even 5. Could say online maybe, but mostly 5 of course of all the story maybe like events and stuff that go on with like the different things like Life Invader and whatnot. But what's shaking down local dealers? I don't know, what's the same shakedown with like Jason and like doing stuff for Brian? Maybe like stealing money from people or something somehow basically for a lack of more advanced terminology on that, I guess. I'm pretty sure it's this one in the trailer. It's point out, so it's not a character, and then that's Dave Friend or whatever. So it's Real with the Miz or whatever, and then this is the other one, the Bay Lukes possibly. This one might be the Balix then, and then for what I was kind of suggesting earlier, maybe. So that's the one, whatever. Satraquan Priest, it might be from earlier. Say clearly know each other, like I kind of said earlier. They're in some vehicle here, seems, but yeah, certain side cannot really make it out though. Not to mention the stream going on there, I feel. But yeah, this B1, whatever that had, this hair, whatever, yeah. I feel that was the one. I don't know if the way it kind of brings it up, like now, maybe it's the other one that's the main character. And it's like the friend of him. I'm not really sure anymore, honestly. But regardless, this one's much fucking hotter, honestly, than the other one. It seems. But yeah, a lot of them like sound systems, all kinds of shit. Honestly, besides for all that hotness, like cleavage and the tattoos on that shit. Honestly, I don't feel it's the most interesting image, really. Alright, the video thing. This gets me off guard, but right between the four images. Alright. All my dimes in this club. Meet my twin. Make it a dub. Whatever. Alright, this one. This one seems to be an obey vehicle of some kind. So I don't know if it's like the 10F, like 10F wide body or something, or some other one. Could even be some new obey vehicle. I'm not really sure on that. I don't feel obey exactly gets the most vehicles in the game, so it could maybe be even a new obey. Would probably be pretty due anyways. Is that a four-door obey actually? I'm not really sure if I'm noticing like two handles on this side or something. Because like I don't know currently if there's a four-door like obey in the game currently or not for 5 online. If that indeed is the case there. I'm not sure if that's like Traquan, I think so. Not really all that sure, honestly, for what all these characters are, per se. Probably just a bunch of random NPCs for the most part, honestly. And those two again, whatever, together with each other, and not a very interesting screenshots, I would say, again, for the most part. One hit away from fame. An early hit single with local rapper Downplay. Downplay, whatever the fuck. Kind of supposed to be a shortened thing of Downplay, I believe, of course. Of course. Took Real Demez to new heights. Now, after 5 years and a whole lot of trouble, they're signed to only Raw Records, hoping lightning can strike twice. Nah, I think y'all a bunch of one-hit fucking wonders, stupid bitches. Or this one is, anyways. This smoking one, on the other hand, though, this one definitely could strike twice, I'm sure. Damn, what's wrong with me right now? Goddamn. Alright, Port Gellhorn. Okay. Hey, I'm not analyzing those too much per se, honestly, because I don't know. This might not focus too much on vehicles and stuff, obviously, it doesn't necessarily be worth it. Like, hopefully there's good enough luck, of course, on them each time I've been going through them, whatever. Live hard. This is Leonida's Forgotten Coast. Cheap motels, shut down attractions, and empty strip malls won't bring the tourists back. But there's a new economy in this once popular vacation spot. Sorry, I'm trying to think maybe if there's anything interesting about what I say here, which is why I'm not seeing much right now. But yeah, cheap motels, obviously probably like that one, of course. Which yeah, I think Jason Lucia probably stay in that early game, probably early game. I'm assuming for like a mission that seems to be a thing so far. Yeah, shut down attractions. Kind of reminded me of the tar pits or something of LA Noir, whatever. I don't know if anything like that would actually be in this game. It's Florida, so it actually might very much be able to be a thing. I don't know. Hard to say for me. I'm not really sure if it makes much sense for an area like this, but still. Shit, strip malls apparently. Damn, wouldn't expect that with it being port, Gilhorn, whatever. But with port in name, but whatever. A new economy and the once popular vacation spot. Wonder if I could have sent you Jason Lucia there. Wonder. Fueled by malt liqueur. Oh shit. Painkillers and truck stop energy drinks. Oh shit. Yeah, port. Probably would have a lot of trucks in the area then. Jump on a dirt bike and hold on to your wallet. Okay. Here's another look at the like Starlit Motel, which I think there was already kind of a look in the trailer, of course, since it is kind of a significant place, even in the first trailer, I think. But I don't know, but I think that said Kniss on it, though, if I remember right when looking, like, on my phone or something, where it could actually zoom in easier and whatnot, I feel. Which, yeah, I could maybe try to zoom in with that, but, like, yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be worth it. It would probably be too blurry still anyways. Yeah, it might be a new Kniss vehicle of some kind. Some kind. Some Dagu or something there, it seems. Motel. Sheesh, does Jason Lucy actually stay in this small of a motel, or is there multiple motels here even? I mean, it's a Starlit one. I assume they do stay in this one then, actually. Actually. Couple interesting characters here. Okay, why are these characters actually giving me kind of Cholo vibes? These characters actually seem like they could be Hispanic kind of ones or something. I don't know, it might remind me of a Breaking Bad episode or something somehow. I kind of forget. This wasn't there like the Hank Schrader or some shit, whatever the fucking like those two like hitmen, like Mexicans or some shit. I kind of forget. I don't know. Been forever since I watched that shit. I'm not a media person much. I don't watch TV much, so I could definitely be completely wrong there. But it seems to be a baseball bat, possibly. Wooden one. Wooden. Seems probably a wooden baseball bat. Which, yeah, I would hope for both aluminum and baseball. And, like, the wooden aluminum. Yeah, I would hope for aluminum and wooden this time, which, yeah, I think GTA games kind of balance, like, go back and forth between the two depending on the game, I guess. But yeah, they already got comfortable in GTA Online doing like liveries on the baseball bat, so I would think they would give the option for both of them this time. Surely. I would have to think so, no doubt. For maybe first time in the GTA series, for aluminum and wooden being available, quite possibly. Quite possibly. Honestly, it's kind of most interesting to me. I wonder if they're growing like weed here. Maybe. Alright, and this one. What is this, like, meth? Whatever? Might be a meth thingy here. Trying to run like a meth business, like it's GTA Online or some shit. Bitch. God damn, this character ugly as fuck. Oh shit. Like, what the hell, boy? What the hell, boy? Got gay or some shit? Hell. Alright, Girls Delights Cabaret. Or was Girls Delights Cabaret, whatever. Girls again. Just have it on both sides, I guess. New girls, new food. Open all night, hiring dancers. And yeah, the bouncer seems like they just kicked somebody out. Damn. Maybe there's actually some interactable nightclubs where you can actually be like a bouncer or something. Either that or they're going all out with like other characters and their animations in this game. Which, yeah, they probably have even done in 5, and so it's not necessarily too surprising. But I'm not sure, but this could maybe an Albany logo. I'm not sure, so I don't know if it's like the Albany Emperor somehow. This seems like it's a Karen logo with a K, maybe. Not necessarily sure what Karen this would be. For some reason, I had Astrope in my head, I think, earlier, but I'm not necessarily thinking it's the Astrope. But, like, I don't know much Karen on top of my head. Looks like this particularly. I feel this one kind of looks like the Phoenix, to be honest. I could be wrong. For some reason, I have quite a couple guesses I want to do here. Fucking, I'm trying to think. This kind of looks kind of like a GTR 9 vehicle to me on this one. This one. It's not someone to walk to 035. 035 is it? I don't know. I'm trying to think. What's some other one I was thinking of? Might have been Doomsday Heist, but not as good as like the Camacho, but like another one. Oh, the Riata. I think I might be thinking of it. Could maybe the Riata is what I'm possibly thinking. I could be possibly thinking it's the Riata. I'm not really sure. This could maybe be the Walton or Walton 035, 035. I'm not really sure. Could be like some. Couldn't be like the Bobcat or something, would it? I don't know. Those are some guesses, because for some reason I guess these ones are so close, I'm kind of being pushed to guess on them compared to some other screenshots where I don't have vehicles all that close or in this much abundance and all that close or something. But I do wonder if there will be actual interactable club management like Grand Theft 4 Broadgate Tony for a single player. That would be cool. That would be cool. And I do even have even more recent precedent to kind of do in the slightest sense, obviously, since After Hours DLC released nightclubs into online, obviously for Grand Theft Online. But having club management would definitely be cool, I feel. There's a van of some kind. I'm not even necessarily going to guess on that one being on the street back there, honestly. And I'm definitely not guessing that one. That one. Yeah, that was all I was going to say on that all, really. And then, looks like some Vapid truck here. I don't know if it's going to be a character somehow and not entirely on there, or like what. Or if it's like entirely different, like Vapid truck of some kind. Yeah, it might be a Patriot beer in this person's hand. An ugly ass fucking American flag bikini bitch, not like the ones in like Phil's Ammunition commercial and all that stuff. campfire bonfire shit or something. Not 100% honestly over here. Couple people like tailgating on the back of their truck or whatever the fuck you call that shit. Whatever. Whatever this truck is. Not sure if it's the same as this one somehow or what. It's the back view, of course, but still. Bruh, she trying to reach down this person's pants or some shit. Bruh. Ugly ass bitch would be weird with that. Yes, goddamn fuck ass indeed. Alright, here's that Raul Batista. I might mention this person by name, but I don't even think they appeared in the trailer at all. I could be wrong, but I sure didn't necessarily seem to notice them much personally. The experience counts. Confidence. Confidence, yes. Charm. And cunning. Raul is a seasoned bank robber, always on the hunt for talent ready to take the risks that bring the biggest rewards. I don't know, it kind of seems like a little bit of a Michael in this game, so that's kind of cool, I guess. Also being like a kind of professional, seasoned bank robber, of course. But honestly, I don't know. This character to me seems like somebody that could eventually become an antagonist. So again, I kind of brought my point up earlier in like 150 maybe it was, with like that one police character in the blue shirt. How they could maybe like the one antagonist that's shown in the trailer yet so far. I could actually see this character eventually becoming an antagonist maybe. Honestly, I could see that happening. Yeah. Just a lot of speculation there. But maybe this character is pretty chill, contrary to kind of this mad looking expression or something, not 100%. So maybe that could be something with why they didn't show up in the trailer if they in fact did not, but he still gets like mentions by name and everything compared to like some of the other ones that show up both ways, basically. But maybe I missed him in the trailer entirely. I'm not really sure. I don't necessarily think I saw him though in the trailer though. No. But his first image here, kind of just him holding a phone. Not much more going on here. I think it's too blurry to see the computers and stuff, unfortunately. He seems to be on this yacht. Maybe he could be the character tied to that yacht party, and like again, he might just not appeared there. So maybe since they showed his yacht, they figured they would introduce him even if he didn't appear in the trailer or something. Could be that too, maybe, for why they kind of maybe treat him a bit weird compared to the other characters. But again, maybe BB Ike was like that too. But how did I do that for a fourth time now? Damn it, whatever. But this character is definitely looking pretty hype in my opinion, no doubt. I think it's definitely going to be a pretty hype character. I think they could be an amazing antagonist if they go that route. Actually, I think they could have amazing antagonist potential. Though I would hope, of course, since they are a cool character to me, that they would stay on the side of Jason and Lucia, of course. Of course. So surely involved with those characters if he's getting name dropped and everything. So I can pay RC or something. Again, I'm not really sure on that or whatever. But still. Is that a depth star or something? Not sure. Yeah, I'm very much not sure if that's a dubster or not. Life is full of surprises, my friend. I think we'd all be wise to remember that. Yeah, like a possible couple endings that could happen, like I kind of said earlier. Huh, Alright, this one. Yeah, honestly, I think it's pretty basic as well. It's like a police siren possibly there, and it could be a police vehicle. I don't know if it's like a bike looking one or something, or what. There's police body or something in the game files still for Grand Theft Online, I believe. Yes, I do believe there's still like police body or something like the game files for like Grand Theft Online of like the supposed cut cops and crooks that was like canceled because of the 2020 summer 2020 events. Of course. Might despise that fuck ass nigger, so not gonna go any further on that. But yes. Some kind of helicopter up there, or whatever. Seems kind of blurry for that. You don't analyze that much, honestly. Does this say Capo Caro or something? Something. Might be a different pistol than the usual pistol in the trailer and everything so far, and then possibly. Hella dollar bills in that duffel bag. It seems cool. NBA, whatever. It's not the name of that national bank, is it? I kind of forget what some of the like parts of that first name on that was for the whatever national bank. It's probably not. I'm kind of guessing, but maybe it is. I forget. But yeah, not much interesting going on here. I feel kind of. Is it just me, or was there not too much going on his screenshots for some reason, like at all? Interesting. Again, I don't feel it even showed him in the trailers, so I guess it's not the most surprising thing. A professional adapts. Raw's recklessness raises the stakes. With every score. Oh shit. Yeah. Like, yeah, Jason we see it as like a ton of stuff for this character, and that's how to get like super high up in the game. Yeah. Again, that could set this couple like probable bad endings it could surely come up with. So this could be like an endgame character right here, which yeah, could also definitely maybe explain why he's not in the trailer like much, if at all, even like I was kind of saying. It might only purely be on this website. Sooner or later, his crew will have to double down or pull their chips from the table. Yeah, it's not very good and could be suggestive towards endgame content. I feel. Yeah, to me, it sounds like an endgame character, or like mid to endgame character, even kind of. And then onto Ambrosia, basically. I think I kind of mentioned this earlier. Oh, yeah, it was also on like a highway billboard or something. Alright, 4 hours now, sadly. Probably because my throat. Shit. But still. Should be 5 hours, I'm thinking. At least. Yeah, keeping Leonida sweet. The battle for the health and wealth of Leonida begins here. If it's saying health and wealth, maybe he would actually reside in this area for Ambrosia. Still, I don't think whatever one appears next to character necessarily coincides with like where they'll mostly be though. So why would he not mostly be a Vice City character actually? Actually though. But in the heart of Leonida, American industry and old school values still reign supreme, whatever the cost. So like vehicle manufacturing and stuff of the American industry, perhaps, and whatever old school values. Maybe something like Dutch Van der Linde have a plan or some shit, whatever. Kind of might be what could maybe kind of an inspiration for that one character, of course. I was talking about before this. Yeah, obviously the one I was talking about before getting to Ambrosia. For some reason, name's not coming to mind per se. Mhm. The Allied Crystal Sugar Refinery provides jobs. What a Loker, what? Sorry, stupid hurt throat stuff. While the local biker gang provides almost everything else. But yeah, I don't know. Crystal Sugar kind of sounds like there might be a huge meth business out there then, which could have to do with the bag of meth maybe in like one of the things, but still that was for the previous area, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Because I don't think anything like that showed up in the trailers or anything, or at least trailer 2 anyways. But yeah, what a local biker gang provides almost everything else. Yeah, I bet some hella biker businesses begin run here if they do anything like the like biker gangs of Grand Theft Auto Online, of course. But yeah, a lot of you say like final chapter on them and stuff, so that might be the name of this biker gang. It seems for not all. Ambrosia, but yeah, are the Angels of Death still not gonna come back though? Like seriously though, the last MG, the 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 last MC got turned to a complete joke in 5 on. Would be cool maybe see the Angels of Death somehow coming back. But I mean, I don't know. Might just be for the best that these biker gangs get hella destroyed and never come back or something. Watch them somehow bring back Awesome C for like online content or something, even though they're weak as shit now or something. But they're on like a bunch of choppers and stuff. I don't know if it would be easy to analyze like any of those though, since they're choppers, and that would be even more not likely to have like vehicle manufacturer stuff on them compared to like an actual car feel. Looks like a zero gas station with maybe like $2 of gas. That's pretty good. We're supposed to be getting back to that track, I'm pretty sure. Sure, we should get there compared to something with stupid Biden from back then, but still. Oh yeah, it was Raul Batista, by the way. I think it was, yeah, for that character, for sure. Brosia County Sheriff's Office. Turn ahead. This to me looks like that cheapest biker clubhouse kind of area over here. Yeah, this to me does look like it would be their biker clubhouse, or has potential to be anyways, especially with all those American flags. Some biker gangs be like that with their American flags, surely. Hopefully not some CFs, some bitches that have the American flag bikinis that actually represent them super good, unlike the last character with the American flag bikini in the screenshots. I think that's kind of it for this one. Oh, and actually, Phil Urin Henshaw for mayor. Looks like they're gonna be doing that voting stuff again, kind of. With like the Jack Cranley, like all that kind of stuff they did in like Grand Theft Auto 5, pretty much. Possibly the online as well, but yeah. Probably bringing back that kind of meme stuff again. Whatever. So it's kind of like a huge overview of the Ambrosia area. There's one vehicle that's easy to analyze much here if it was maybe like a Boxville or something down there or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this one's that interesting aside for just the overview of the area. Pretty much. Oh, this one actually is kind of interesting because of the weapon, pretty much. Also, Liberty City Cycles is represented up here. I forget if Liberty City Cycles actually manufactured any motorcycles in Grand Theft Auto, like 5 online or bicycles, possibly even. I forget if they do. So if they don't, for some reason, they might be able to be a returning vehicle manufacturer, which I guess for another eastern kind of area would make a lot more sense if they weren't really brought back as a vehicle manufacturer for 5 online. But again, that doesn't really come to mind, but maybe like the Hexter was... Maybe the Hexter was that or something. Maybe yeah, the Hexter was probably something like that anyways. Yes. Mm. Yeah, this looks to be the heavy revolver, I'm guessing here. To me, it looks like it has the same 6-cylinder thing, handle and whatnot. Yeah, the heavy revolver would probably likely be returning, and it looks like that was definitely a pretty cool DLC edition with like executive criminals, whatever for Grand Theft Auto Online, particularly. Some actually might even be in single player. I kind of forget. Single player did get, I think, weapons to like low riders, kind of or something. So it was pretty possible for all I know. For all I know, being single player back in 5 as well. But I completely forget. We completely forget though. And like, yeah, this might somehow be Hexter or some other chopper, of course. Speaking of Hexter from before. Never kind of mostly overview one. Kind of looks like a crop duster there. That might even be a traditional crop duster, not the 300H that came out in like the recent Agent Sabotage with the Oscar Guzman flies again. Is that a vehicle or what? Either way, you cannot make it out pretty much. Yeah, it kind of looks like a wildfire kind of thing going on with a couple areas there. Probably not a wildfire though, given it's barely any of the area though, but still. And oh shit, this is the last one for this Ambrosia area is definitely pretty hot. Yo, what even is this bitch? This person's like, well, if this is Jason, not the like wife or nothing. But oh shit, dude. American flag bikini bitches are actually fucking pretty hot on like the one in that one image. Especially this one, I would say. This one's okay to alright maybe though, in comparison. Hell yeah, man. Hot bikini bitches though, they're in the car wash. I feel like it's like a media trope or something. Does it actually fucking happen like that, or does that actually happen like that, or is that literally just a media trope or something? Something. I wonder. But either way, that shit hot as fuck anyways. Interesting, like, truck there, I guess. And then Brighton heater, whatever. Nothing better than a mudslide at sunset. It's not seriously mudslides might actually happen in the game, right? It's talking like mudslide, like a cocktail, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Which will kind of make more sense going later on this character anyways. Anyways, on here. on here for the website. Yeah, fucking Fro, you need to stop though. Come on. Yeah, Brian's a classic drug runner from the golden age of smuggling in keys. But yeah. But honestly, his boatyard and stuff. honestly, his boatyard and stuff, yes. Yeah, it's probably cocaine right here. Should probably be being used to smuggle cocaine, of course, like the one in Vice City. For like the Checkpoint Charlie and stuff, I think it has cocaine involved with it or something. So yeah, that kind of makes a lot of sense because he's kind of running a boatyard like the one in like original Grand Theft Auto Vice City for the 3D universe. Still moving product through his boatyard with his third wife, or he goddamn. Brian's been around long enough to let others do his dirty work. Yep, like Jason. Like Jason. Visage? Is this somehow a new one? Or the beers? Or what? Yeah. Looks like Brian header. Whatever. For all. Heater. All. Is with Jason over here in a vehicle of some kind. Probably in a mission hanging out with, I'm presuming. Unless it's like a friendship activity, if that's much of a thing for this game. But yeah. Brian heater, whatever, all with the cocaine. Whatever. With some other character. I don't think it's a character introduced in the website here, but whatever. Not sure. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to click that, my bad. But that's probably the third wife, like, Lori, whatever. What they got in her hand after all. Also, this looks to be updated, like E. coli, like, livery on there. I think. Yeah, I think eventually in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online or whatever, they updated the E. coli, like, thing for newer vehicle, like, liveries or something like the Hot Ring Saber. Maybe also something like the F-160 Raiju or something. For that, like, Sprunk versus E. coli livery thing. Thing. I hold so much grass in that plane, I could make the state of Leonida levitate. So we're doing some weed too, huh? Yes indeed. Does that say Kenny Brewster? Like alcohol thing or something? Something. Is that one thing that might be a new manufacturer there again for like a beer or something? I see Nitty, so I don't know if it's like virginity something or whatever. I'm not really sure what the with all like the sexual innuendos and stuff in the game, basically. Gee, how did I do that 6 times now? Really stupid. Bro, my phone. I don't know if that's that wordy as well or what. Yeah, this has like stickers and stuff on it, and I think the character in the trailer did, so it's probably that character for transform. I'm guessing you're giving Jason a pistol here. Maybe this will be like an early game mission where he gets access to his first weapon or something to teach about shoot mechanics and whatnot. I would not doubt it if it's like a tutorial for weapon combat happening here. It looks like you need a beach bum. Moves like a great white shark, apparently. He does kind of look like a beach bum on that one with the, like, bandana. Yeah, man, I bet he moves like a great white shark and even quicker with that Dodo seaplane. But yes. Brian's letting Jason live rent-free at one of his properties so long as he helps with local shakedowns and stops by for Lori Sangria once in a while. He's gotta be pretty cool to let him live rent-free there for sure. As long as he risks, like, life and limb for him, I guess. Yeah, as long as he risk, like, life and limb or some shit with his ass, whatever terminology, like, saying I was trying to do there, whatever. Yeah, local shakedowns, like, some of those kind of early-ish looking missions, whatever. And stops by for Yeah, Dolores Sangria once in a while. Hell yeah, man. I want to try that Sangria. Better be good. Or a wife fucking sucks dick or something. Something. I'm making cocktails. But you seem to like your mud sides as well, so I believe that shit would be good. Oh man, all the sounds of actual cocktails here for once in a GTA game. Because again, I swear, like for the most part, it was fucking like gin, like shot kind of ones. I feel like whiskey and shit. Again, even in 5 on, I would say, I would say. So yeah, drink diversity might be a hell of a thing in this game compared to the rest of the series. Actually. For different alcoholic drinks, no doubt. Yeah, I think it's still acid screenshots, I think. For exploring Mount Coliga, Coliga, whatever. Yeah, Mount Coliga National Park, basically. Wild country. Room to breathe on the state's northern fringes. A national landmark up against the state's northern border, Mount Colaga offers prime hunting, fishing, and off-road trails. But yeah, this might be the Mount Chiliad for sure of the game, basically, it seems. See, I was like kind of thinking, is there even going to be like a mountain? But yeah, this may just be it, basically. basically. I don't know if they ever did a national park one before, so that'll be pretty interesting. I don't know if they ever considered something much of a national park in this game. In the game series as like a whole before, actually, but yes, indeed. Mount Chiliad is definitely pretty good, though, for 5 on, I would say, no doubt. Not that's bad in San Andreas, per se, for the OG Mount Chiliad, but still. But yeah, hunting seems like a return from Grand Theft Auto 5. Single player, I don't even think online has I don't even think online actually has hunting. Right. Single player has hunting though. But yeah, fishing does seem to be all but confirmed basically if it's anything off of this. And with the fishing rod thing, like I was analyzing that one image, it makes a lot of sense. And yet it might do like utility weapon wheel like Red Dead Redemption 2, like I said, basically. And again, the last part was off-road trails. In the lush surrounding backwoods, hillbilly mystics and but far from the prying eyes of the government. Yes, indeed. But here, this one. We have a blazer there. What's a blazer there? Doing a sick jump there, kind of. Have like a fox possibly here, not like coyote or something. Which I don't think there's foxes in the game. I think coyotes for 5 on, 5 on. Yes, indeed. Or maybe it's even like a raccoon or something, but I think it would be more towards a fox and not a raccoon, really. Bunch of Sanchez's, maybe other dirt bikes, of course. What is going on here? What? Is my thing okay here? What the hell? What the hell? That was weird. Stream just seems to be fine now. Just glitched for a moment, I guess. Guess. Probably just my stupid shit ass body, but whatever. But yeah, a bunch of Sanchez's, like other dirt bikes possibly. This one like the Cliffhanger, the Gargoyle. This one seems more chopper based down here, actually. I think the Cliffhanger or the Gargoyle would make a lot of sense to diversify it a bit for the image. So it's probably a Cliffhanger or a Gargoyle one of the two. Because it doesn't have like the Death Bike, for example, for online. And I feel it just gives a better off-roady kind of vibe for the naming of it compared to Gargoyle. I could see having the Cliffhanger returning. This looks like a news chopper. Nothing in San Andreas there is actually a vehicle called a news chopper, at least in San Andreas. But honestly, I think they kind of went away from like a news chopper being like a dedicated vehicle. And I think if there's news choppers in like 509, it's just a Maverick. Probably just gonna be the same case here, unfortunately, I'm kind of guessing. Oh, but it wasn't news chopper, basically like a smaller Maverick or something like San Andreas. It could maybe go a more unique route with that, honestly, there, I feel, but whatever. But yeah, so that's right. You get a good view of the kind of mountainous hill area there, I guess. But yeah, yes. I wonder if this Grand Theft Auto San Andreas kind of style, like rifle or something. Like some of the same thing as a single shot rifle that was in San Andreas. Kind of looks similar to it to me. And I don't even think that would have appeared since that game. And aside from that, maybe just a basic sniper rifle or something like the Mark 1 sniper, maybe. That's in Grand Theft Auto 5 online. Maybe. Yeah, is that a squirrel on a tree here, actually? That might be a squirrel on the tree right there, actually. Might be wrong, though. Might just be wrong there, though. And what is this over here, I wonder, actually, for this animal? It's kind of in the grass, so cannot make it out the greatest, I feel. What is going on right now? It is in the grass, though, so I cannot make it out the greatest, though, it's saying. Like, bro, this website was working so good for a while, and it's kind of being wonky, though. Actually. Okay, really? What's going on here? Dumb website. Cougar mountain lion thing, whatever. Probably would definitely get mountain lions in the national park. Except something like a cougar or panther, whatever. I think Red Redemption 2, Red Online, actually, in swamp areas would actually get panthers, so I could actually see panthers being found in this game. But yeah. I feel like that might be that baller. I don't think it's necessarily the police car one. I wonder if they'll have a park ranger baller or something. That'd be interesting. That would definitely be pretty interesting. But if not, then maybe it's a civilian version of that baller. If not, not. If not, maybe it's the civilian version of that baller. Yes, that's goddamn fucking. That could be a flatbed over there, maybe. Okay, really, why is this being like this right now? Come on. Really? I didn't mean to do that again. This stupid website is just being dumb right now. What is going on? Like, why is one image not working alright? Alright. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna try reloading. Well, good. This means making deserved for my hernia for which had to be like this. Anyways, then. Really? Just a little image of deers in a mountain lion? Really? That's what it was having a hard time with? Seriously? Seriously? But yeah. Just showing the abundance of wildlife for sure in the area. But yeah, this and the grass rivers sound like they might have the most wildlife. If I remember right, it was the grass rivers that was kind of like that too. Sound like. But yeah, last but not least, sending off of an interesting image. With a flood gauge. Flood gauge, yes indeed. Going up to 6 feet. Sadly, I'm gonna doubt that it will actually flood in the game. It would be cool, but I assume it's just gonna be for decoration and not actually able to flood up to 6 feet. I'd like to be proven wrong, but I kind of doubt that's gonna be all that possible to do. Very much would like to be proven wrong there. And then is this the like freight train or whatever? Like the usual kind of train you have in like Grand Theft Auto like 5 online basically. Probably is going to be Grand Theft Auto 5 online one, maybe. But the most interesting part I think for this, the canoe over here, whatever. But you finally have a paddle boat that's controllable in like Red Dead Redemption 2. Right on, I'm pretty sure. Mostly Red Dead Redemption 2, I think. So I don't think it would be entirely out the realms of possibility that you can actually pilot this. I think you might very much be able to pilot this, like it's a paddle boat, whatever, in like Red Dead Redemption 2. And who knows, might even have like a whitewater rafting like activity minigame you can do as well. That would actually be really extremely sick, not gonna lie. That would actually be really extremely sick, definitely not gonna lie there for sure. I would really enjoy that for sure. As an activity in the game, I think for sure. Yeah, when you do that, actually simulates opening and closing the thing. Fun fact, actually, this actually reminds me of a Vice City mission where Tommy Vercetti, Lance Vance, I think, are looking at the trunk, and then they prepare to take down Diaz, if I remember right. Ricardo Diaz, basically. Which I think for Lance Vance was to avenge, like, Victor Vance. Probably, of course, in Vice City stories. Like, that protagonist, of course, that died at the beginning of Vice City. This cutscene reminds me a lot of that, and I bet they were going for that. And I do bet they were totally going for that. I bet, yes. Yeah, totally bet they were giving the vibes of the one mission in Vice City. Where Tom City, Lance Vance kind of avenge Victor Vance. I bet they were totally going for that vibe on this over here. I wouldn't doubt they were going out the way to recreate that kind of in the slightest. And they close the trunk and says Grand Theft Auto. VI 6. 6, yes indeed. Coming May 26, 2026. Again, available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S. God, I really hope the S is not a bottleneck for this game. I really hope. I really. Yeah, I really hope Xbox Series X/S. S particularly is not a Yes, I really hope the Xbox Series S is not such a bottleneck for this game. I hope. Because I think I've heard of developers complaining about it. I think I have heard of developers complaining about the Xbox Series S being such a bottleneck for their games on occasion. Again, not trying to start a console war thing like the other Xbox fan was kind of mentioning or whatever with the PlayStation console in the trailer, and now it's a section. But yeah, with a game that we've been waiting so long for, I just hope it's not a bottleneck for the S, particularly since I think Xbox forces parity. I think, yeah, I think Xbox forces like parity between the X and the S, I believe, for Microsoft, from what I've heard. And you can't make like a S version particularly, and you can't just make a particular S version, I think, as far as I know. As far as I know. Which of course really would suck. Uh, Yes. Yes, yes. That's mostly it. Actually, yeah, hold on. Wait, that was people, places. I even get some different art on them, kind of, actually, if you do this. That's cool. Cool. Unless they're all different repeat arts or something. And yeah, downloads. Downloads. Yeah. I think there's 10 videos too for the trailers, of course, and then there's like the different character videos you can kind of scroll through, like maybe a non-scrolling version, maybe, if you want to have it more without the scrolling, because I bet that could be a little annoying. The 70 screenshots you can all download, of course, on here. Which initially I didn't know if these were separate, but I didn't know that they were all on here, because I was on it on mobile pretty much, not desktop, till I was doing this video. So I kind of downloaded it for no reason on my phone, I guess, since they were just the same ones on the actual website. Should have expected that, but yeah, you can still download all those screenshots. At least, like, if you don't want to go for the actual website. And artwork and wallpapers, it's kind of one worth looking at, pretty much. So you can pretty much get the trailer too, with and without logos, it seems. It's with one. Jason Lucy at Mattel, Cal Hampton, BB Ike, Jaquan Priest. Which actually, yeah, there's something to kind of analyze, I feel, in the Jaquan Priest one at least. I think I said I saw Dubsta earlier, and I think this is the Dubsta, because I think there is a Benefactor logo on that. I think that is a Benefactor logo in like the center, and I think it looks pretty much stylized, just like the Dubsta in Grand Theft 5 Online right now, basically. See where the Dubsta 6x6, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. We have Real Demiz, Raul Batista, Brian Heater, whatever. And then you can even get those postcards as well. Yeah, I think that'll definitely finally be it for this stream here. Started taking almost 5 hours, but yeah, my hernia was being a bitch. Like, it tends to be in online streams and shit. But I mean, it wasn't 5 hours, at least, like some other ones. God damn it, bro. If this gets disliked, it's your fucking fault, you stupid fucking goddamn throat hernia. Everything. Fuck, man. God. But I think I went over some information that was warranted enough, I feel, for a few hours, regardless, though. Honestly, fuck this stupid hernia. I think it was worth it. Smaller YouTuber anyways. I don't have the same skills as the rest anyways, honestly. Honestly. But I was still gonna do this shit anyways. So too bad, so sad if people don't like it or something. I think that's finally gonna be it for the stream though, for sure. For sure now. Even though she had to ruin things for me, of course. Hope you enjoyed.